Good morning. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Finance and Project Oversight Committee. It's Friday, February 21st, and approximately 8:40 a.m. What I'd like to do for this joint committee, and I've conferred with the committee chair for Finance, is call the Committee on Project Oversight to order and take roll, and then I'll turn it over to Member Yu, and he can call the Finance Committee to order and take roll there. So for the Project Oversight Committee, I'm present. Anthony Alto,
Present.
Lisa Baker,
Present.
Chris Moylan,
Here.
Ed Sniffen is excused, Art Tolentino is excused, Robert Yu. Thank you, and also want to note the presence of Natalie Iwasa. Chair?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's 8:39, and I'm calling the Finance Committee to order in this joint meeting. Taking roll, Lisa Baker,
Here.
Kika Bukowski,
Present.
Roger Morton,
Here.
Arthur Tolentino is excused, and do we have anyone online? And seeing none, and I also want to acknowledge board member Chris Boland and also Natalie Iwasa, who are present. And I'm going to turn this over back to Kika for the Project Oversight Committee.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, you know, I conferred with our in-house counsel, and I gotta apologize, I didn't catch it earlier. You know, the majority, I guess, items 3 through 6 are project oversight items, and the intent of the joint committee was really to discuss the EAC and the alignment with the revised EAC and related items. So, you know, what I'd like to do, if there's no objections, is I'd like to actually defer items 3, 5, and 6 of the agenda until the next POC committee meeting. And I'd like to waive item number 4, which is the resolution 2025-1 approving notification to the City Council of intention to acquire by eminent domain an easement over, under, through, and across a portion of the real property identified as tax map key 1-2-010-071, located at 1956 Dillingham Boulevard, Honolulu, Hawaii 96819, and owned by Gerald, and excuse me if I'm pronouncing this incorrectly, J. Chul Kang and Chloe Suke Kang. I'd like to waive this onto the full board, which I believe it has it agendized for today's meeting, and we can discuss it in full at the full board meeting. So, is there any discussion on my recommendation to defer items 3, 4, 6 to the next POC meeting and waive item number 4 to the full board meeting? 3, 5, and 6 deferred to the next POC meeting, committee meeting, and item number 4 waived to the full board meeting for discussion. Any discussion? Okay. I don't believe action is required for that deferral and waiver. So with that, I do want to ask, I do want to note that there is written testimony received for item number 4. And I think all the members have that, and I'm sure we'll discuss that in full in the full board meeting when this item is taken up. And with that, I will turn it over to Chair Yu.
Thank you, Chair Bukowski. So for the Finance Committee, for this joint meeting, I will go to item number 2 first. Are there any public testimonies on any of the agenda items? Anyone online? Cindy? Okay.
Just the written testimony that.
Right. So we did receive written testimony that was submitted. So being no testimony in person and online, I will move to item number 7, which is a request for approval for reallocated project budget between contract packages to align with the revised project estimate at completion. And Corey Ellis and Matt Scanlon.
Good morning. Again, this is agenda item. This is a request for approvals to reallocate project budget between contract packages to align with the revised project estimate at completion. You can go to slide 2, please. Or, yeah, you can go to the next slide. Kind of repeats of the purpose of this agenda item. Next slide, next slide, please. Okay, over the next few slides, I'm going to walk through kind of what is our revised EAC, the reallocation of our CPP, and Lori's going to jump in and also talk about some of the financial plan. This slide to start, just kind of want to give an abbreviated timeline of kind of where we were about a year ago this month. We had the amended FFGA. So the FFGA was amended, which truncated the scope from Ala Moana to Civic Center. That plan was based off of the.
I apologize, Corey. I do want to acknowledge a new board member just came online, so I don't want you to do your presentation and have to redo it again. Jared Kawashima is our new board member. He was just appointed, so welcome, Jared Kawashima. Good to
Thank you,
have
everyone.
here.
Look forward to serving with you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, no problem. So the 2022 Hart submitted a recovery plan to FTA. It was submitted and accepted in 2022. However, that was fully amended and executed in 2024. That same month, in February 2024, Hart facilitated a cost and schedule risk workshop. This was at the request of PMOC. We typically do it yearly anyway, just to kind of confirm our project progress. PMOC did participate in this workshop, and this was kind of confirmed that we were still on track to meet the 2022 recovery plan baseline. The P65 results at that time did confirm that our EAC and schedule were still in line with the 2022 recovery plan. P65 is basically a confidence level. It's a threshold that the FTA looks at for our project to kind of see if we're still on track or still in line with our costs and schedule. So while that was optimistic, there was also a significant risk still remaining, and our risk showed that, which was the CCGS award. Going into that 2024 workshop, we had a fair level of information said that our allocated budget, which was $1.1 billion in the 2022 plan, was not going to be sufficient to award. So we knew we were going to go a little higher. We just didn't know how much. We did do a lot of stress tests on our EAC and our finances to kind of understand exactly how much we could award and still move forward with the project. And so we did a lot of that information up front before awarding that contract in August of 2024. As you know, that was awarded to Tutor Perini for $1.66 billion, about $550 million above what was allocated in the 2022 recovery plan. In response to that, FTA did request that we have a second workshop in 2024. And the PMOC was also involved and participated in that workshop. And as an extra measure, they actually did fly in their risk expert who participated in the workshop and also performed her kind of independent version of the risk using FTA's top-down model versus our more bottoms-up version of the risk. The risk results at that time, this was held October 31st through November 1st. The P65 results did indicate that our EAC was going to go above the 2022 recovery plan. The schedule did remain on track, March 2031. Lastly, in January 2025, so just a month ago, the FTA did accept our revised EAC, the latest risk results, and the financial plan. In December 2024, just moving back a month, FTA did come in town for our quarterly meeting. During that time, we did have breakouts specifically focused on our cost and schedule. HART submitted our revised EAC, the final results of the risk, cost and schedule risk plan, and a financial plan. So that was then accepted by FTA and gave us permission to kind of move forward and start updating our financials, obviously with the approval of the board in January 2025. So I'll pause there if there's any questions before I move on.
Any questions, members? Go ahead, Corey.
Next slide, please.
Chad.
Next slide.
I'll just comment, Corey, that sounds like an awful lot of work to get to this point. So thanks for the effort.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so here, this slide is kind of, will summarize what our new EAC is going to be. So this is a familiar table. You see it's in our progress report on the fourth page or so. It's cost accountability items. I just changed the rows. So you'll see on the first column is the 2022 recovery plan number. The second column would be the new forecast or the new EAC, and then a variance between the two, just to kind of make it a little easier, just straightforward. So top line is the capital cost estimates. So our 2022 recovery plan, which included finance, so capital cost estimates of $9.93 billion. Our new forecast, with the award of the CCGS contract, is now $10.08 billion. So you see a variance, increase of $146 million overall. It's a net increase. I'll go through the next line items, which kind of builds up to those numbers. So you can see contingency overall net change was about $12 million from the recovery plan. However, we shifted unallocated contingency to allocated contingency. The next line is the base cost. That's without contingency. That's going to be the most significant increase. You see a $408 million increase, and that is because the CCGS contract was over by about $550 million. You might recall, we've mentioned it earlier, there were some deferrals in that from that 2022 recovery plan, so that mitigated some of that cost for about $100 million or so. So the total project cost increase, $421 million. The next line is for finance charges. So you see in the 2022 recovery plan, we had assumed $785 million in debt finance charges. Our revised forecast projects about $510 million, so a $275 million decrease for our finance charges. And so the total project cost, as it says above, increase about $146 million from our 2022 recovery plan. Revenue service still remains at March 2031. Next slide. So next few slides are going to show some of the results from that risk workshop that was held in October. This kind of highlights that P65 as well. So this curve here identifies the cost. So if you see that S curve there, that number right in the middle would be the P65 threshold. You see that's at $9.559 billion. Our EAC is 9.569, so we're actually slightly above that number. This is assumed you see the base cost of $8.891 billion, and then that our risk and everything adjusts to that S curve, and that's how you get the model spits out our confidence levels. Next slide. This one's the schedule version, so this similar S-curve, but this big focus on schedule. Our baseline schedule is November 2029, and when you add all the risk, when the model looks at all the risks that we have on schedule, it produces this confidence level, this S-curve, and our P65 is right at March 2031 for the P65.
Hey, Corey,
Yes.
stop you for one
Yeah.
moment. For the risk analysis for the project cost and the project schedule, I think maybe it's important for you to explain to the board and the public. I think a P65 is generally what the standard is as a point of measurement, not P90 or P10 or whatever. So could you just reconfirm that with the FTA?
Sure.
P65 is what we normally look at. There may be comments in the past about, well, you're only 65% confident you'll get it done. Well, that is really the standard on how we measure the schedule adherence of the project.
That's correct. That's correct. The FTA does have a threshold now. It does change, and I would say that depending on their confidence in the project team, that P65 can go higher or lower. So if they have low confidence, they'll ask for a higher P65. Higher confidence, a little lower. So P65 is kind of right there in the middle. I've seen it as low as P55, and I've also seen it as P80. But for our project, they tend to look at the P65.
Thanks.
Next slide, please. So the other change you'll see is now a new risk register. This is the format you typically would see in our monthly progress report. So we've retired any of those risks that would have been pertaining to the award of CCGS, which was our top 4 or 5 risks to the program. So now we have a new set of risks. I'll try to pick out some of the newer ones here. So the top one there is the CC core system segment 2 access delays. This is our risk kind of related to the HRH claim and the now impending lawsuit. The next one is station subcontractor costs for CCGS. This is a risk that kind of captures one of our negotiating points with our contractor was to put a cap on how much stations are going to cost. This is a risk that kind of covers if we do go above that NTE, which is $300 million for all 6 stations. This is kind of our risk to monitor that price of that NTE. And it's going down. You see CCR4 next couple, which is obviously that's our critical path. Anything related to Dillingham is a concern. So different site conditions, third-party risks, but I think those are kind of existing risks. Another new one you might see if you jump down to 4th up from the bottom, additional vertical circulation. So in CCGS, we did add elevators to 2 of the stations. This was an ad that was kind of scoped out before, and so we have a risk here to capture that cost and to monitor that. And you'll see a couple other CCGS related risks like short supply, service reconnections.
What stations are you adding the escalators? Oh, elevators.
Civic Center and
China.
I think Evelyn.
Yeah.
Evelyn and Civic Center. I know the priorities are right now. We worked with Roger on this.
Yes.
They accommodated us.
Civic Center and Evile.
Yeah, Evelyn, Civic Center. These are redundancies, right? These are redundant elements.
Redundant elevators. So all of them have elevators. This is a redundant elevator that we're adding.
What's a redundant elevator?
Yes.
So one breaks, there's another one there.
Okay, thanks.
That's right.
Elevators are always, problems. There's always problems. Any type of vertical transportation is a problem.
They're like the transporter in Star Trek breaks down all the time. So it's not because of huge demand, expect so many people to be needing them simultaneously, it's really backup.
Well, it's not for the demand per se. They are the busiest station. So they, you know, that's where the priority is, but
So they're gonna get used.
they're gonna get used, but most people will use the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Like, these are elevators, but they'll be used, but not for volumes and volumes of people.
You know, Corey, I think one of the requests is maybe we should take a look at the number of escalators in the stations. And I know there are stations that may only have one, and there are stations that has 0 escalators. So maybe that's something y'all should look at. That may be helpful for people coming in and out of the station.
No escalators in city center.
Yes, and there's no escalators in like Ho'opili Station. There's one in Westlock. So, no, I understand. It's just something, you know, whether we should look at to have escalators.
It's too late at this point. I mean, those are the vertical loads that establish all the way down to the foundation design. So like adding escalators at this point would be a major change to the contract.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, next slide, please. So we're also capturing opportunities that are still remaining. CCR4 scope optimization. So base scope can be minimized in CCR4. The other one is a alternative for the Pearl Highlands Transit Center. That's an alternative to kind of the bio plan. We're looking at a that infrastructure. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is the actual ask. This is a reallocation of the CPP. I don't know if that we made any larger for the audience, but I'll highlight some of the higher variances here, and then feel free to jump in if there's anything we want to. So right in the middle of the page, DB 550. That is the city center, not a station. See the way this table is set up on the top section is all base costs, so no contingencies or costs. The bottom, you see allocated on contingencies there, totals. So that $546 million that you see, yes, that's additional base costs that we're adding to that. Some of the other, I'll start at the top here. You can see CCR 3 and CCR 4. Those are actually reductions in base costs. For CCR 3, that is as a result of the optimizations that occurred from this highway, which reduced some of their original base. For CCR 4, that's for $65 million. That was actually money that was allocated for the 4E contract that did come later. So it was initially at CCR 4, did break that out with the period. So that money actually CCR 4. When you see those zeros there, so you see the next few are zeros. There was no change to the base cost, but there was increases to their contingencies. That's in total reflected in the part of the chart. Waipahu Makai entrance, UH West Oahu parking ride, and UH West Oahu entry building. The 2022 recovery plan had a value, I want to call it $70–80 million for all three of those scopes that's being described here. The parking rides are captured again in another CPP called parking rides. You can see that a few items down. So we reduce and move those UH West Oahu scopes and consolidated it into the parking ride constructions, and we left the Waipahu Makai entrance. So there's a line item here for us to still do the Waipahu Makai entrance, and we've consolidated their parking ride scope into one bucket. Let's see. I'll pick down, so about 3/4 way down, MI 950, you see the StatCom equipment, or maybe they're known as DVCs now. That's one of the deferral items that we've been talking about, that reduced that for $55 million, and then the associated contingencies are going to be reduced on the other side. And then I think the last one I'll pick on before I'll let you guys ask any other questions. Third from the bottom is utilities, and you see that negative there. That is what was earmarked for the underground 138 kV and KHG. And so we've talked about that before. That was also being deferred. So that's those monies moving out and being reallocated more or less to support the CCGS. So just to cap off here and see allocated contingencies, there's a net difference there. So the total project capital cost about $421 million. The offset from the finance charges, $275 million. So a net total project increase of $146 million.
Go ahead, Natalie.
Thank you. Yeah, just a question on the StatComs. So I went back and looked, and back in 2021, they were planned to be put in place because of potential surges in the trains when they took off, and then the uneven effect that would have on other electrical customers. So can you tell us why now they're not? Why it's being deferred, and if they will be put in, when they will be put in?
That was initially, before we had run any trains, that was a very conservative study, and it was based on tighter headways. And so as we've gotten data from segment 1 operating, and as we look at the headways we'll be running in the future, we wouldn't need StatComs until we were going all the way to Ala Moana, and we would have to be running less than 5-minute headways. So it was a very conservative initial study, and now we're getting real-time data monitoring how segment 1. We've also adjusted the way the trains operate so the trains never pull away at the same time. That's when you get like a substantial load on the system. So I would say that was based on a very conservative study before we got into operations and before we made some adjustments to how we operate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Natalie. Any other questions from members?
Sure.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just curious if the PMOC had a chance to take a look at these and review it, and if they've provided any feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. So in December 2024, when they were in town, when the FTA was in town for the quarterly, we did provide and walk through all of these similar documents with them. Responded to any other questions and feedback. Generally, they seem to be pretty confident in our risk. I mean, they did their own independent version of it, confirmed our numbers, aligned with theirs. They participated in our risk results, so they felt pretty confident in our project costs. And then the next couple slides will kind of go more into the financial plan, and they also felt pretty confident with that.
That's it. Thank you.
Roger.
Yeah. In looking at the overall financial plan, it looks like the major headlines are the large cost of the Guideway contract mitigated by the substantial savings in financing costs. On the financing cost side, we don't show that on the risk register. We're only showing project costs on the risk register. But are there risks? I assume that our reduction in financing cost is a combination of better than expected returns resulting in the need for less borrowing and assumptions about interest rates. Is there a risk on the financing side that we're not showing?
So in the next 2 slides, I'll be covering the financial. For Rick, since he's not here, I'll do my best, but I do cover some of the questions that you may have on the financial side.
Any other questions before? Go ahead, Anthony.
So your revised EAC is going to be $10 billion and $79 million. In our last meeting, we went through projected revenues, and if I recall rightly, those came in at $10 billion and $40 million. So at the moment, we're basically projecting a $30 million loss at the end of the project. There'll be nothing left over in unallocated contingency.
I'll go over the finances in the next couple of slides and what the leftover will be.
So then the other thing was on, if I may, Chair, on station costs. That seems to be an area of real concern, right? And I keep asking for a briefing on stations. And I suspect that you're putting it off because you want to actually have more material to brief on before you get there. But it is something that concerns me, and I would like a little bit more insight on the station costs. I'm interested, for example, in what you were saying about the escalators. I understand there's no money in the budget to put escalators anywhere, but I'm thinking of somewhere like Downtown Station. I'd like to know that it's being designed in such a way that we could add escalators at a later date, for example. So that's why I've been asking repeatedly for these initial designs for the stations, because I'm concerned about these things.
Real quick, I do want to correct the record that we discussed on vertical transportation. We added redundant elevators at downtown and Civic Center. Evilay came to mind because we rotated that station based on the city's TOD development, but vertical transportation was added at downtown and Civic Center. So just to correct that. But I hear what you're saying, but Anthony, I don't want to have unrealistic expectations. Adding escalators at a later date is difficult from a structural standpoint. I'm not saying it's impossible from an engineering standpoint, but it's very challenging.
And that's why I'm raising it now at the stage when we're still in the design phase.
So at some
Because
point,
specifically, I should say on the downtown station, I think there may be capacity to reach out to the business community and say we want to beautify or make this station our Grand Central Station. And so I'm concerned that we should leave open those design options to the extent possible. That's why I raise it.
thank you, Anthony. So why don't we, for this subject matter, we could agendize an item to talk about the design of the.
No, please, board. That ship has sailed. This is a design build. Tutor Perini is a very aggressive contractor. They are ahead of schedule than what we anticipated. Their designs are going. You make any changes at this point, it is a major change order.
Okay, so I actually don't understand this because I thought there was an opportunity for certain communities to comment on the designs of the stations. So if that ship has sailed, then why are we even entertaining any community input on the design of the stations?
It's more from an aesthetics. It's not structural. So what Matt is trying to say, adding something like another floor, escalators, you're impacting the structural portion of the design. The community is more aesthetics at what they want it to kind of look like, or even rotating the stations. We were trying to accommodate TOD with the city. We thought we could rotate Evilay. It was too difficult to try and accommodate certain things, so we had to leave it the way it was. So I just want to make that clear. These community meetings is not for structural changes. Did I get that right, Matt? Okay.
Kika?
You want to? No?
Okay.
So just to, I guess, try to clarify it for myself. Because it's a design build, if there are changes or directives provided or given by HART to the contractor, then those responsibilities or financial impacts would be borne by HART. Is that an accurate? Okay. Okay.
So we basically gave them a set of parameters, standards, and specs to design by, and concepts to then take to completion. But if we change that, and if the board decides they want to change that, you would just have to realize that comes at a cost, and that it would be a change order. And so our overall management right now of the stations of trying to have a not to exceed number, that's based on us trying to, almost further value engineer with the contractor savings to stay within that budget.
So the parameters or specs that were provided to the contractor, I would assume in the bid docs, that's what they based their bid on.
They
to
based their
design
bid on
build.
it, and they also had an initial design that was the basis of their cost. So when we gave them concepts, early engineering drawings, their engineers look at that, start to develop their version of that. That's how they put their cost together. That's how they put their bid in. And right now, if you change something from that, they're going to come back and say, okay, well, that's not what I bid on. That's different.
So just to clarify again for myself, whatever community input that we're seeking at this point is primarily for aesthetic purposes and not anything that will change the structural design of the project at this point.
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
And generally the stuff that I think we end up hearing from the community is that how they experience the station. And so, you know, we know that like bathrooms has been a point of discussion, things like that. Like escalators is a tough one to talk about. I mean, it's a maintenance issue. It's the number one maintenance issue. It's very high cost and it adds a lot of structural cost as well. So that's why there were decisions even on the existing segments of where to have them and where not to. And I'm sure Roger's already experiencing what it's like to maintain them. They're not something that you can count on, and it doesn't actually provide you ADA circulation. It's a convenience more than providing what an elevator does for like an ADA patron.
Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Go ahead, Chair Hanabusa.
I guess what I'm interested in is that sitting as a board member, right? I've heard Anthony's requests on basically the downtown station. Anthony, no offense, ad nauseum. Yeah, I mean, he's been harping on that way before you guys let out your specs. And it was always the request to have some kind of an input or consideration. So what I'm hearing is that irrespective of what a board member may or may not have said, you just, if it wasn't included in what you thought was supposed to be part of the design or whatever you're gonna do for design build, it would be an add-on at this point. I'm just trying to clarify this because it's not like this is something that's coming up now. This has been, like I said, Anthony, with all due respect, almost ad nauseum about downtown station. He's been talking about downtown station for as long as I've been on the board. So I guess that's my concern. So the board members, I mean, we may not be engineers, we may not be architects. Well, I'm sorry, I don't need to exclude Lisa, but at that time, Anthony is not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. But are you Jen saying that whatever the board states or questions, you chose to ignore, or did you ever get back to him and say, you know, this is nothing that we can do? Because you couldn't have, because he kept bringing it up. No offense, Anthony.
I don't think we've ignored it. I would suggest I think we should get back on topic of what we're trying to present, but I would say that if we had
But just a
added,
minute, this is on topic,
Okay.
because you're asking us to change or to permit something here. So what I'm asking is simply, wait a minute, what about the input of the board? If you don't believe the board's input is relevant or is worthy of consideration, then, you know, tell us that. Or tell us if we can only have input on aesthetics, and tell us that. But I'm concerned when a board member, and like I said, I heard it so many times, has an issue, raises it, and if you choose to ignore it, don't you at least owe that board member an explanation as to why he can have no input on this? And I'm not saying, and you said let's get back on topic. We approve budget, so let's be very clear on this. You want to move money, whatever, you need our permission. You can't just do it. So if you want our permission to do things, and you need our permission because the budgetary authority of HART falls in the board, which means we are the policymakers of this organization. So if you want us to agree to something you want, then, you know, are you gonna explain to me why you can ignore a board member? I mean, you could not have been in here and not heard him talk about downtown station. Downtown station, what was that other entity, Cure, starts with a C? The one that wanted to put in an art museum and the
glass museum.
yeah, it started with a C, that's
Truly.
True.
Still
Seattle.
negotiating, as I understand.
Yeah, Seattle entity or whatever. I mean, he was talking about this for a very long time. I just want to know that at least if you're gonna ignore what a board member has specifically raised, that you have really the decency to let them know that you're gonna ignore it.
I don't think we've ignored the board's discussions, but when I hear things about escalators, I think if everybody had
It's
had
not
their
about
way, we
escalators.
would not
This
have
is-
been able to afford this
this-
contract.
well,
So we did what we needed to do from a design standpoint to come up with an affordable project. We're already sitting here talking about why it was more expensive than we anticipated. At some point, we can only add so many elements to something and still afford to
I'm
construct it.
not talking about
I don't
escalator.
think we've ignored any
I'm not
requests.
talking about escalator, if you will listen. I'm not talking about escalators. I am talking about a request that a board member has made from almost the get-go when we started to talk about the downtown civic center, and what he wanted to see included. He had all of these different, and he just wanted to meet and wanted to talk. I'm not asking you to say, yes, we have to, I'm not saying you have to accommodate what the board wants, or the board member wants. I'm just asking you that if you're gonna come to the board and ask them to change budget, which is purely and solely in the purview of the board, I don't think you can just ignore a board member, any board member who may have a specific request. And that's what I'm hearing. I know Anthony hasn't had his response because he keeps asking about it, Anthony. So, now, like I said, no offense, but you keep asking about it. So how can you come here and say, okay, we want to change all of this, we got to do the CPP reallocations and so forth, which is within the board's purview? And don't you wonder whether or how the board members will view that? Especially if you ignore them.
What is the request? What would you like to see? There's no design developed yet. We have not had anything submitted other than foundation designs. So I'm just still not clear what you think we've ignored or not provided. It has not
Well,
been
I don't know.
developed yet.
I'm not saying that you necessarily ignored anything. I have questions. So the first station I have a question about is Ivelay. I've been asking for about 2 years to ensure that there's a way to stub out so that we can build an extension through the King Street Beretania corridor. Has that been included in the initial designs?
What sort of extension are you speaking of?
A future extension of the rail project.
There was nothing to guide that as far as our initial design. There's
So
not a
I
single
have
study
spoken-
or anything from a long-range plan that shows us that we needed to provide a turnout or an opportunity for an extension that guided us from a design standpoint.
Look, I have raised this issue with you, not with you, but with your colleagues for a long time now, about the need to have a stub out at Ivelay because in the future we will be building an extension down that route.
There's nothing
And-
in the long-range plan that shows that.
And
Oh, sorry, Anthony, actually, I don't think that's true.
yeah, so-
And, you know, I'll defend Anthony a little bit. That subject matter was discussed. You know, I remember clearly, that subject matter was discussed. And the response is, that's something that you all would take a look at. If
not only that, if
Ju-
I,
ju-
sorry, if I
just
could,
for
just on
that,
that
yeah.
specific point, Chair, the city at the moment is drawing up designs for housing in that area, and they're doing it on the understanding that there will be a stub out. As I understand it, they're making that
No, that's
assumption.
incorrect. We have had several meetings with DPP, TOD, with the city administration, and that's what I was trying to mention, that we were trying to rotate, Roger was in those meetings, we're trying to rotate the station to accommodate that they bought that building because we don't want the back of the station to be facing the new development that they're gonna be doing. But we even talked about a stub out with them. Structurally, it's not gonna work, so we had to rotate the station back. But no, we are in communication with them on what their plans are over there. There's not communication, there's not any discussions with them. They are not anticipating a stub out of a new extension leaving from
Well, they
there.
need to. And I've been raising this issue for 2 years. And I've had assurances from
Yeah.
when Nate was here, he said, yep, I put it in the plan.
Yeah. Anthony,
And
sorry.
I've raised it with Vance.
Yeah.
You know, this is a really important issue.
Yeah.
The downtown station is not just talk. Roger and I and Laurie met with the mayor and with the representative of Pacific Guardian Life. As I understand it, we still want in the future to buy the Dillingham Transportation Building and turn the plaza into kind of a Grand Central Station. So we don't have the money right now to build escalators, but we need to be thinking about the structure we're building should be able to accommodate them at a later date. The third station I'm concerned about is Civic Center, because clearly there's an opportunity for the station to be properly integrated into whatever is built there. I've been raising this for months. I'd like to know that in the initial designs, they are going to accommodate that. Those are three really important issues that if we don't get them right now, are going to cost us a lot more money down the road. So that's why I've been asking repeatedly, again and again, for a briefing on the stations.
So thanks, Anthony. Why don't we do this? We have to vote on this today. The committee has two choices. One is to approve it. The other is to defer disapproval until the next meeting so that Anthony or other board members' questions and concern could be properly answered. So anyway, we'll continue to move forward with this and see where it goes. So if there are no other questions from board members, Jared, you have questions? I know you're online. Are you okay?
Yeah, no questions. Thank you.
Okay, so anyway, why don't we just move on to finish up your presentation? Yes, Roger.
What would be the time of the essence in approving this today? What are there constraints, or what would they be if we don't?
Well, I think ideally we'd like to start with reporting on our updated EAC and new risk register. As you know, the current data that we're reporting is still based off of our 2022 plan, which is no longer relevant. This is the next step to make sure you guys we have the approval from you guys in order to start reporting that stuff out. So,
But there's no funding issues involved?
Not at the moment. They've accepted this plan. Everything from the FCA perspective, I think, is going forward. I think it's just now we need to.
Yeah, so a reporting issue is not a critical path. So, okay, why don't we move on to the next page?
Turning over to Lori here for the
So
next
for
couple
the
slides.
next slide, when we were doing, developing the recovery plan, in our financial plan, both FTA and PMOC felt that our expenditures were a little bit more aggressive. We knew this. We felt if we kept it the same, if anything, we're building in additional conservatism into our financial plan. So we kept it the way it is. But what this graph is showing is, just as FTA PMOC anticipated, our expenditures, so the bar charts is representing the recovery plan. The blue line is what our actuals are. So you can see that it's actually shifted a little bit more to the right. And so the timing of our cash flows is less aggressive than what we had in the resulted in reduced financial, resulting in financial cost savings. So if you look to the next page, this is our actual financial plan. And so some things I want to bring to your attention. The first few columns, FY 27 to 21, and then 22, 23, 24. So that's our actuals. It has both our sources is on the top and the uses is on the bottom. On the sources, you folks know our GET, especially GET, but even TAT is coming in higher than what was anticipated in our recovery plan. A few rows down, other federal funds, so that has come in, that wasn't in our recovery plan. Thanks to Ed and HDOT, they've been able to funnel additional funds to us. In particular, we have $93.8 million in FY24 and another $20 million in FY25 anticipated. That has already been approved, but everything that's kind of going on, we are still anticipating. We're talking with our federal liaison that is still, we should be okay. Little bit further down in our recovery plan, and board chair brought concerns up about using GO bonds versus TECP. So you can see that Right now in our financial plan, we do not show additional bonds. We put it in our borrowings in TECP. So in FY '27, you can see an additional $200 million, and in FY '28, $150 million, just based on our cash flow and what is anticipated. As I mentioned earlier, our spending was a little bit more aggressive in the financial plan. So you can see in our uses, with the help of Corey and his team, we've pushed out our spending. So what that has resulted in is less borrowing and less financing costs. So all the way on the right in FY 2031, you see a $75 million under TECP interest. FTA requested, when they were here in December, they requested that we do a stress test on our plan, and they felt comfortable that they wanted to add this $75 million. I'm calling it a plug because we may have to do additional borrowings. And so what that did was it reduced the amount. You can see the total. So to the question you were asking, Anthony, the bottom right is $370 million excess after we finish to Civic Center to segment 3. So FTA, as Corey mentioned, did accept our updated EAC, our cost projections, and with the stress test. The key thing that we want to take away today is that $370 million. So in our recovery plan, it was $120 million. So it's a bit higher than what our recovery plan. The key takeaway is, for a while now, we knew we were going to have excess. We've been asking FTA approval or acceptance to spend some of this money past Civic Center, and they've always told us no. And that was I guess, frustrating part on our side and even the board, that we feel this is our funds, we should be able to spend it. But in December, since we've added that plug of $75 million and brought that total down to $370 million, they are allowing us to start spending this money past the FFGA scope, past Civic Center, so we can start doing the designs, let's say, to refresh on utility relocations past the Civic Center. So if anything, that's really good news, that FTA PMOC is comfortable with what our team has done on the risk side, on our cost side, and even the financial side. What's that? Oh, it is positive, yes. And so on our last slide, really the ask today, if you folks are very much aware, we do need the board's approval, both Project Oversight and Finance Committee approval, to change monies between the CPPs and to revise the EAC, and also the unallocated funds. So the affirmation is that, as I mentioned, FTA has accepted and approved the EAC, the risk and schedule analysis, and our financial plan. That's it, Chair.
Lori,
Yes, Chair.
thank you. So, members, let me see whether we should do this. I'll call for a motion, then a second, then we could have discussion on this item. Or you want discussion first before we do the
I
motion?
just would like to make a comment.
Yeah, sure.
As Laurie pointed out, it was the board who took great issue with the GO bond interest, and it's unfortunate that Rick isn't here, because Rick is the one who received the brunt of those discussions. And he said that we should do TCP instead. And what I would like to, Chair, sorry. Oh, sorry. What I would like to point out, and this I think this is before your time when you came back, man. When we did the recovery plan, and because many of the board members are new, when we did the recovery plan actually disagreed with some of the points that the administration put in, and we footnoted it. The most important of it was the TCP and the GO bond, and also the GET projections, as well as the TAT projections. The reason I raise that is because board members come with different skill sets to this board, and they're serving, I always say it, they're serving without compensation to these positions. But they do have ideas and they do have concerns that I believe are worthy of consideration. If anything is a case on point, it is this. It is exactly what you're seeing now with the EAC, where I would venture to say that the board was correct in its anticipation of what the funding mechanism would look like and why we shouldn't go GO bonds and why we should go TCP and whether it was necessary or not. Because if you look at this, we have 200 and 150 for TECP. If you look at some of the earlier projections, or one of the projections I saw, there was really nothing. Because, as you know, TECP or bonds are in relation to what comes in terms of the anticipated income. We have always banked on the fact that the GT was an amazing tax, and we can all agree to that. TAT, irrespective of whether the Japanese are back or not, is still generating a substantial amount of funds. So this is why I ask respectfully that you guys listen and hear. We may not be engineers, but those who have very strong opinions have those opinions based on something. And I will say that I have heard discussions with Roger and Anthony, and they've had those discussions about Dillingham Transportation and how wonderful it would be. And maybe we can or cannot, but maybe it's a true P3. Those are great considerations if you really want to move Honolulu to the next step or a couple of steps higher. So that is why, and thank you, Mr. Chair, I believe that, and this is just my opinion, that because there is no urgency in this, I would really like to see a continued discussion between whoever among the board wants to have those discussions with the staff, because there is nothing that is urgent. I mean, we have been asking, for example, for risk refresh, EAC, for a long time. So we have not, this is the first time we really see it. So I don't think that there's a harm in, because we've waited, in us waiting on this. Thank you. And I don't vote, so that's just my opinion.
Thanks, Chair Hanabusa. So I just want to make a comment before I open it up for questions. So when we're looking at the project today, today's presentation, it should be pretty obvious that this project is surviving, not really because we are taking total control of project costs. This project is surviving at this point is because HART has other new sources of revenues that came in that wasn't available back in 2013, 16, 17, when we had to go back to the legislature to ask for additional funding. So, we look at the financial plan that is submitted, you see the Oahu TAT funds of $546 million. In addition, we had other federal funds coming in that total $185 million. Now, that adds up to $731 million. So if just the Oahu TAT were not appropriated by the City Council specifically for HART, this project at this point would have some financial stress, because the ending balance is only 370. And if you add up those two numbers, it's 731. It doesn't take, a math genius to figure out we'll be in the
Correct.
red
And we
at that
probably would've
time.
had to do
And
additional
also the
bonding.
GET and TAT are coming in just a little bit higher than projected. So all those factors are allowing us to talk about what we're talking about now, is finishing up to Civic Center. So I don't want to lose focus of that. we always focus on just the expenditure side and we try to control it. But the fact of the matter is, this project is ongoing because of the additional fundings that are coming in from the city council and also from, I think this is HDOT grants, or it's coming from HDOT, or Senator Schatz, yeah. So it's those additional funding that is making this project afloat. So anyway, that's just my observation and comment on the financial plan. Sorry, Anthony, go
One thing
ahead.
before you folks make your decision whether to defer or not, Corey reminded me, we do go in front of council in March for our
Okay.
budget. So just think about
Yeah.
that.
Thanks.
Anthony?
Personally, I have no problem approving the financial plan. I'm not sure that we should necessarily hold it up. I actually think that we ought to take, I know I sound like I've been beating up on you guys. I actually think we have a fabulous leadership team now. I think Laurie's put together, I think Matt and Corey and Vance and Rick, it's a great team. And they've been doing great work. And I think that's reflected in the fact that the FTA, and I think we need to be shouting this out loud because it's really important. The FTA has told us that we are now allowed to start planning from Civic Center to Ala Moana. And that's huge. And I want to acknowledge that and say that's great work. And it's not just a result of our finances being in better shape, which, as you point out, Chair, is a result of the council action and Senator Schatz's action. It's not because we've been able to hold down costs. But, you know, it's also a function of the relationship, the restoration of the relationship between HART and the FTA. Chair has worked on it, Mayor has worked on it, but, you know, the point of the spear has been Laurie and her team, and they've done a great job, and I want to acknowledge that. I'm still upset about the stations, but I think it's really important. It's a really important moment, and we ought to take note of it. The FTA has sufficient confidence in us that they've said, go ahead and start planning to Ala Moana. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thanks, Anthony.
I have a follow-up question. Laurie, the 75, which I call it the FDA slush fund, they're sort of hidden. Is that included in the 370, or is that separate?
Yes,
It
Chair.
is included in.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Chris.
I'd like to agree with what Anthony just said. As the newest member, I would love to have a presentation on station design, because that all happened before I got here, right? Here's how we did it, here's what we consider the financial constraints, et cetera, et cetera. Here's what is set in stone, here's what down the road might be, you know, something you could do. I think that is a completely different issue from approving this right now. And given that the FDA just approved this, I think it would actually look kind of bad if we decided to try to hold this up, you know, at hostage in order to get our briefing on station design. I'm hoping we can do both. I would love to learn about station design, and I would love to approve this at the same time, and I don't think those two things are that connected.
Okay. Okay, Natalie, go ahead. After Natalie's question, we're gonna go on a brief recess.
Okay, thank you. I have quite a number of them on the financial plan.
Okay, so
Barry?
why don't we go on a brief recess before? Oh, okay. Well, go ahead.
Okay,
Natalie.
thank you. Okay, thank you, Laurie, for your presentation. So, you know, at the national level now, we have all these directives coming down. We have tariffs, we have federal grants that are being pulled back and stopped, and some of this, you know, whether you agree or not, is happening. So I'm just wondering, with respect to these projections now, specifically the tariffs and the potential for increased costs on our supplies, steel, whatever else, you know, who bears the risk of those increased costs? Is it the contractors? Is it HART? And specifically related to CCGS, because that has the most to come through still.
So I'll start, and if I say something wrong, Matt can correct me. But regarding the tariffs, we are subject to Buy America, so we won't be affected by that. But if there is some other thing that comes up along that cost increase, I believe in our contract there's shared maybe a certain percentage. Let's say if there's a 20% increase, it's on the contractor, or no, am I saying that wrong? Usually it's a shared, and after a certain percent increase, then it's us.
So is that, generally speaking, with all of
That's
that?
just general, yes, just in
Okay.
general, but in specific for tariffs, we're Buy America.
We're still susceptible to the pullback on the federal funding, however.
That, we are watching that very closely. So, yeah, I just saw that with, was it Caltrain? I was very shocked to see that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shocked to see that.
so-
So I sent that email to our federal liaison and said, please assure me we're not in the same situation.
And unfortunately, I don't think that there's much. I mean, the Democrats can say what they want, but it appears that that is not always going to be very effective. So I ask that you folks be very
Absolutely.
vigilant on with respect to the money on
Absolutely.
that part of it. With respect to the GET and the projections, so if you recall, and the new members won't know this, but when the recovery plan came out, I was very concerned about
Yes.
the aggressive rate because it was 5.83%.
Yes.
Now you mentioned that we did have higher collections than what was projected, but
Yes.
that is largely due to inflation.
Yes.
We still are expecting inflation. We don't know how long or what,
Correct.
how that will impact us. But I just want to mention, I'm really happy to see that it's come down. Your projections have come down to 4.8%. I think it's better to be conservative on that front than to be aggressive. And 4.8% is really close to what I had estimated using the amounts at the time of the recovery plan. With respect to the GET, please refresh my memory. Is the state still collecting the 1% administrative fee?
I believe so, but I can check on that. Oh,
No.
okay, thank you for correcting me. Thank you. Did they cut it down to half?
Actual cost.
Oh, actual, okay.
10%.
Oh, okay.
They don't take the whole 1%.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's good to know.
fraction.
With respect then to the TAT, same comment. It was very aggressive initially at 9.13%, and the new increase is 8.1%. So I'm happy to see that. I had estimated 7.89%. The county TAT, the way they did the ordinance was, I think it was 2 years at a third and the remainder at 50%. So the first 2 years, was it the first 2 years that were a third?
Yes.
Okay, so that is reflected then in the increase from fiscal year 24 to 25. So that makes sense, okay. Okay, going down now to the bond repayments. For fiscal year 2025 through 2031, I totaled up what you have projected here, and it's about $9.3 million. But when I looked at the audit for last fiscal year, the total outstanding at that point was $931 million. So it's about a $31 million difference. The schedule here is less.
Okay.
So can you
Sure,
tell
we'll
me
check.
why that is?
Oh, do you know, Richard? Okay, we'll check on that.
Okay. All right, then similarly, and you folks know this already about me, that I always check these numbers against other schedules. So the cash balance on at the end of fiscal year 2021, 88.2 million agrees to the audit, so that was good. But I look at the actual for the end of fiscal year 2024, 703.5 million. And the audit was slightly less, about 699.6 million. So again, about a $4 million difference in favor of the financial plan that's before us. Can you tell us why there's that difference?
One more time, Heather, you're referring to the
24?
2024, right?
Fiscal year 2024 is 703.5 million at the end of that year. So the beginning of this fiscal year.
Yep.
And the audit said that cash was 699.6 million. So it's about a $4 million difference.
That I need to check. Okay, even opening balance. So this is a cash flow model. It's not, I guess, tied to the financials, but I'll check on that. I know
Yes.
I know what your issue is.
So, you know, when we're I mean, this is all tied in with changing the characters of the expenditures. I think it's really important to have these numbers agree, because if you're, especially when you're talking about having an ending balance of 370 million. So, you know, maybe it's a timing issue or whatever, but those numbers should agree to other schedules. So fiscal year 2023 was also off. Fiscal year 2022 was agreed to the
Right,
audit.
82 is good.
23 is
For the
good.
410, it's supposed to be 388 and change, I believe. I think it's someplace around there. But I'll check on that.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the debt, what interest rate are you assuming for the TECP?
TECP is at 3.5%. That would depend largely on when we drop the paper, what the short end of the yield curve is. But for forecasting purposes, we use 3.5%. I mean, that seems to be about Fed funds money for 1-2 years. And if it's not TECP, rolled twice, so to speak, right? So 1 year pockets of TECP. Basically what we'll do is we'll have Bank of America, or whoever the banker is, issue short-term bonds or notes, basically. So money inside 5 years is technically called notes. Then they go bills and then bonds. So it'll be short money because we can't not pay it back before the project is over.
Okay, so I understood, so it's not really TECP, or
It
is that?
should be TECP, all things considered, right? Because that would be the front end of the yield curve. That would, in theory, be the cheaper part.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so I thought that TECP, that there was a restriction on the length of time that it could be outstanding,
Commercial
so,
paper is generally issued in annual tranches or less.
so why is it then that when we go back to the retirement, if we, and this, you know, part of this depends on which month these drawdowns are taken, but if we look at the prepayment of that first 200 million, it's in 2029 for only, you know, a quarter of
50.
it.
Yeah, so I think, Richard, maybe you should explain to Natalie that you guys executed a new TECP agreement and that the payment time period extended from 360 days to 2 years.
Yeah, so we can do that when we write the new TCP program. But so that particular piece, and right now this is the forecast, right? So if it is true TECP, it will be rolled twice because commercial paper can't be longer than a year.
Robert just said that his answer is correct. So there's going to be a new TECP program. The existing one is 1 year, but the new one is 2 years.
Okay.
Just keep it simple. Keep it simple.
Yeah, no, that's right, because
I'm getting confused.
right, I noticed the same thing, so I asked Rick, and he told me there was a new agreement that was executed.
Okay, so yeah, that makes sense then, and it's all paid off before the end of the
Correct.
the period. Okay, so this is just a note, I guess, for follow-up later, but the bond interest is slightly different than Rick had given me a schedule last year when I was asking the questions on the bond interest, and that was from Bank of America, I think.
Yeah.
That was January 2024. So these interest rates or interest amounts that you're using for the bond are different than its schedule. So I just asked to have
That's
an
the
up.
modeling schedule that you see before you right now. But once we go and really decide what we are going to put in place, the amortization schedule will change. So we'll get you a new schedule.
Well, but the bonds are already outstanding.
Correct.
So you should already know, in fact, that schedule outlines the interest payments and the principal payments until it's all zero.
We'll check. I'll check with Rick when he gets
Okay,
back
yeah, because
Tuesday.
it seems like there's maybe an updated one. And
Okay.
if not, then I think some of these numbers on the bond interest should change to agree to that schedule, since that's not going to change, or it's not planned to be changed,
Correct.
right? So, okay, StatComs I asked about. Okay, so the FTA, when you put together this risk refresh and this new plan for them, The only change that they asked to be made was this plug for the 75 million in the finance charges. Is that correct?
What about on the expense side? Did they ask us to change?
No, I mean, on the expense side, we had a lot of discussions on during the risk workshop on where things should lie there, which kind of influenced that curve in general. But I think they generally felt pretty confident in the number that we end up with our EAC. So they did ask, though, if there was going to be some overruns of some sort, they assumed we're going to have to borrow more money. So they that's why they asked for the plug, put that plug there for $75 million.
Okay, again, that's a conservative way to handle it, so I appreciate that. And then all of these reports are on a cash basis. I'm just wondering, is that common for FTA projects? Does each agency get to choose which method is used, or?
Oh, I'm not sure. Do you guys are familiar with other? I don't know.
You're referring specific to like our financial plan?
Yeah, because versus accrual. I mean, I'm just curious.
We measure, like in the project side, we do an accrual basis. We're measuring value, right? We're not trying to go cash basis, but for the cash flow, it's typically a cash basis, and then we project out from there. So that's what I've always seen. I mean, I haven't seen anything different.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Appreciate that.
Natalie. Any, Lisa?
I just want to make sure that Cindy caught all the requests. The very first one.
I actually missed the first one, that Richard said he was gonna check on. What I have is, the ending cash balances, from a previous report to this current report. Outstanding bond schedule.
I have them. I have the 4 of them. I'll double check with you, Natalie, that I have all 4 of your issues.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Jared, any questions? You online?
There's no questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so hearing no questions, why don't we do this? I will ask for a motion. Oh, no, the on again, off again, recess is off permanently.
I whispered in his ear.
Yeah. 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 No, it's off again permanently, yeah, so.
I guess it wasn't releases for what I thought it was.
No.
That wouldn't be on again, off again.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, we have no questions. Why don't I ask for a motion to approve the reallocated project budget between contract packages to align with the revised project estimate at completion.
So moved.
Discussions, members?
Is there a second?
Yeah, Chris. I'm wondering, could Chris second, because Chris is not on the finance committee.
I thought it's a joint meeting.
Yeah, but he passed it on to me, Chris.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, Lisa is legit. All right.
And can I make I'd like to make a comment, a discussion.
So, any discussions? We have a motion and second discussions. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with what was talked about before, what Anthony mentioned, is that I really feel that the support, the fact that FTA has already reviewed this and supported it, that it would be lack support for Hart's executive management to not approve it at this time. And I don't think that's the message that we're sending. We have some issues about follow-up and communication, which, as I understand, as a newer board member, Cindy is starting to memorialize those in our minutes and in the agenda so that we can make sure we cover those. So I appreciate your frustration over the time period, but also having some history with the project. I know the issues with escalators was brought up back maybe in 2012, and none of us were probably on the board back then, maybe Save Clean. And that was a big issue. So I think that given the opportunity, Matt and Corey and Vance can work through that issue with us because it was astronomical back then. And that, and then the station designs, I would imagine, and I'm assuming that the board at some point approved that the Hart could proceed with the RFP for CCGS. And that's really at the point when on a design build, you can make an effect to a baseline design. So, and I think that also needs to be maybe gone over because some of these concepts, from my experience, are a little bit different. Design build's a little bit different. I know we've had a lot of design builds, but when it's wrapped in together, there's an awful lot of expense, and I don't think that Matt or Corey underestimated the impact. I remember the impact of changing the hammerheads. It's significant, and it's not to be, and I get the sense that the dismissal of your concerns is not dismissal of you or your concerns or not paying attention to it. It's simply the process of the project and where we're at right now. And I just feel that I'm kind of in between these two worlds. I get what we want and I get what is difficult to provide. And maybe there's ways we could have done it different in the past, but we're where we're at, right? So I would really encourage, and I think that that Matt and Corey and those guys got the message that we would really like some more discussion about stations and escalators and things like that, so we understand the issue better. But I don't think that has, like what Chris was saying, any relevance to approving this updated financial plan. And I would strongly encourage everyone to think about what would really be the reason for not approving it. Is it that we disagree with the numbers, or is it something other than that? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So I have one. The discussion regarding the design of the stations and Matt's testimony that, we already done it. It's going to cost too much to do it, to revise certain things. I understand that. But I think those are two different issues. Passing this, new financial plan is different than continuing the discussion on whether certain things should be changed or not. And if those things could be changed, how much would those things cost? So it's not something that we should discard. Hey, if it's too expensive and if there's no money in it, then that's the answer, right? But we need to address the suggestions and some of the concerns that Anthony raised. A lot of times when I look at these things, that's what contingencies are for. You may not want to use it for it, but that's why it's called contingencies. Things that come up that are unexpected, and if it makes sense to do it, and if it's within a price tag we could afford, then it should be something we should talk about. So anyway, since there are no more questions, should I have a vote on approving this?
So Chair,
Yeah.
just for clarification, this is a joint committee of the Finance Committee and the POC Committee. So he's gonna take the vote for the Finance Committee first, and then I'm gonna take the vote for the POC Committee second.
Correct.
And then we'll have, if anybody wants to comment or make motions from the POC Committee, they can do so at that time.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
On both committees get 2 votes?
Only if you sit on both committees. Yeah. Yes. In your case, Chris, just once.
Yeah, I got one.
Yeah.
Often, because I'm not listed.
Okay, for the Finance Committee members, Lisa, Roger, Kika, we have any objections to the motion? Okay, so we have unanimous consent on passing the new EAC. At this point, should I adjourn the Finance Committee meeting and pass it? Okay, so at this point, I'll just pass it on to Kika, who chairs the Project Oversight Committee. Go ahead, Kika.
So I'm gonna, the same motion, well, can I ask for a motion?
I so move, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second from the POC? Okay. So is there any discussion on the motion before we take a vote for the POC committee? Any discussion? Okay, so I just want to say a couple of things, and I hope I can say what I want to say as nicely as everyone else has spoken so far. I really appreciate the comments from Chair Hanabusa as well as from Anthony, and I hope that the concerns that have been raised regarding some considerations can be addressed or considered to some degree. But similar to, I think, comments made by committee member Baker as well as you, we're at a situation where, I mean, we just went through some reports that we're deferring items. We're deferring items that maybe we want, maybe, it was in the original plan, but where we are right now, we got to defer it because we need to finish the project, and we need to do it within our budgetary constraints or our financial constraints. So it's a balancing act between what we would like to see and what we can afford. And I just want to commend everybody. I mean, like Chair Hanabusa said, the board is very involved, actively involved in trying to make things financially work and give Hart the tools that you guys need in order to make the project work. And I think, from this presentation and from what you guys have been able to achieve as far as reducing costs and reallocating some of the expenses and deferring some items that we don't necessarily quite need at this point in time in order to complete the CCGS segment, which is our most important task at hand right now. I think everybody's done a great job as a board and as a administration. So I just want to say I think everybody has worked really hard to get us to the point where we're at, and it hasn't been easy. But it seems as though we found a way to make it work, and some of that is sacrificing some things that maybe we had wanted, we had planned, but we just can't afford right now. Can we consider it at a future point in time? Possibly, but it's going to come at a cost. Whether we put it in the upfront specs or after the fact, it would have costed something. It may have resulted in a higher bid price. I don't know, but all I'm saying is I think where we're at right now, to me, is pretty. It's a testament to, I think, what everybody has done here to get us to where we're at right now. So with that, I'm going to ask if anybody on the POC committee has any objections, and just to name Anthony, Lisa Baker, Chris Moylan, and Robert Yu, if anyone on the POC committee has any objections to approving the revised or updated EAC. Seeing none, thank you. And Chair?
Oh, thank you, Kika. I think we are now on item number 8, summary of committee member requests made during the February 21, 2025 joint meeting of the Finance and Project Oversight Committee. I think Member Baker already asked, and Lori already mentioned that she has the 4 items that were requested. So
Do you need me to?
So we move to the last item, adjournment. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chair.
I just want to summarize what happened to this agenda. So if I heard it correctly, Kika, you've deferred agenda item number 3, 5, and 6 to your next meeting. And you kicked agenda item number 4, which is the resolution, to the full board. Am I correct?
Yes, and Chair, I mean, in looking at this, I know item 3B is out of my purview. I'm not sure if that's the wish, and if the chair from finance and if the members of the both committees, if you folks felt there's a need to maybe approve the minutes at this point, I mean, I would be open to reconsidering items 3A if we felt the need.
I think we'll just defer the entire item number 3 to the next meeting.
I just wanted to be clear as to what happened. Okay, thank you.
Do I need to ask for public testimony for the whole thing again before I adjourn? Okay, so are there any public testimonies on any of the agenda items? Anyone in person, anyone online? Okay, hearing none, I'll speak for Chair Bukowski as well. The Joint Committee of the Finance and Project Oversight Committees is adjourned. Thank you. It's 10:10.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Alto. I'm the chair of the Government Affairs and Legal Matters Committee of the HEART Project, and I'm calling this meeting of the Government Affairs and Legal Matters Committee meeting to order at 10:33. First thing I'll do is take roll call. The vice chair is Ed Sniffen's not present. He's excused. Lisa Baker?
Present.
Roger Morton?
Present.
Christopher Moylan?
Here.
Thank you. Before we move into the meat of the agenda, is there anybody from the public here to testify or online? Seeing nobody, I'll move on to approval of the video minutes and summary from the August 9th meeting of this committee. Can I hear a motion from what? I am terribly sorry. I failed to recognize the presence of the board chair, Colleen Hanabusa, and board vice chair, Kiko Bukowski. And is there anybody else I missed? And Natalie Wasa. And we still have Jared Kawashima online with us as well. Thanks. Aloha, Jared.
Aloha.
Sorry, yes. Approval of the video minutes from the last meeting. Can I hear a motion from one of the committee members? That would be Chris, Roger, or Lisa.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the video minutes. Hearing no discussion, they're approved. We're going to move on to the next item, item number 3. Sorry, was that somebody online? Is anyone? No? Item number 3, Vinya Nguyen versus, I apologize if I'm pronouncing these names incorrectly, and Kim Nguyen versus City and County of Honolulu, acting by and through the Honolulu Authority for Rapid Transportation, Doe defendants 1-10, 1 CCV 25-000064. This is a matter on which the board, the committee needs some advice from our attorneys, which we would have to take in executive session to preserve attorney-client privilege. We're allowed to do this under the terms of the statute, which says that the board may enter into executive session pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute section 92-4 and subsection 92-5A3 to deliberate concerning the authority of persons designated by the board to conduct labor negotiations or to negotiate the acquisition of public property or during the conduct of such negotiations, and subsection 92-5A4 to consult with the board's attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, and subsection 92-5A8 to deliberate or make a decision upon a matter that requires the consideration of information that must be kept confidential pursuant to a state or federal law or a court order. I would love to hear a motion that we move into executive session. Moved Roger, seconded Chris.
No,
Any
Chris made the motion.
Chris made the motion, Roger seconded. Any discussion? Natalie?
Yes, so typically what I would say at this point is that I haven't signed the confidentiality agreement and that I understand I won't be allowed in the executive session. However, yesterday I looked at that resolution again, which I believe was 2021-11. It expired 1 year after adoption, which was November 2022. The rules do not state, although the proposed rules do state that I should sign a confidentiality agreement or otherwise not be allowed in the executive session. Since there is no policy against that, and since I am bound by the confidentiality in the charter, according to the Attorney General, I would respectfully ask to attend the executive session. I will abide by all the confidentiality rules that are required of me, and so I want to assure everyone that that is not an issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Natalie. I don't think any of us have a personal issue. It's a question of what the law says. And I actually spoke to core counsel before this meeting, and they said that they'd spoken to you. They see no reason at this point to change the procedure that we've adopted. I understand that, I mean, you're raising a new issue, and I would ask that Corporation Counsel take a look at it and come back to the next meeting to tell us about it. But for the time being, everybody else on the committee has signed a confidentiality agreement and you haven't. And so I'm just going to stick with the practice that we've been using up until now.
Okay, so with respect, that resolution expired. It has not been renewed. Although it could have been, it has not been. And frankly, we should have a discussion about the confidentiality agreement, period, because there are provisions in there that I know other board members have disobeyed. I know that not all board members in the past have signed one, and it is absolutely unfair to not allow me into this executive session.
So obviously, I understand where you're coming from, Natalie, and this has been an issue for a very long time. And every time we go into executive session, you draw attention to the fact that there appears to be a disagreement between Corporation Counsel and the state's attorneys. I'm not in a position to resolve that conversation. I understand what you're saying, and I think if you want to have this discussed by the full board, you should agendize it so that it can be discussed. I'm not in a position. It's not my role. I'm not in a position to be able to rule on this. This is a decision for the attorneys. And so I hope you'll respect the decision I've made, which is that for now, we're going to stick with a practice that we've always followed, and that you continue to press Corporation Counsel to resolve this issue. But until I hear different legal advice, I'm going to have to stick with the procedure that we've used up until now.
As I recall, that procedure also allows for the chair to allow me into the executive session. I feel at a loss for resources here. The person who appointed me is no longer in the legislature. It is tax season, and the current Speaker of the House is in session. It is very difficult to have a time to meet with her. In addition, the prior speaker did attempt several times to get the Attorney General to take some action to resolve this, because as you know, this has been going on for over 4 years. This current situation is unacceptable. I believe I bring valid input into this board. There is absolutely no reason to disallow me from that session. So thank you. I understand your position. It is not right. I understand, and I will attend the rest of the meetings today via Zoom.
Natalie, let me just say that I can see that you're upset and frustrated, and you have every right to be, because you've been raising this for every meeting for 3.5 years. but I hope you'll also, my heart goes out to you. It's a difficult position to be in. And I should also point out something that all of the board members agree with, which is that your role has been very useful. You proved it in our last committee meeting when you went through the numbers. You bring invaluable expertise to the board, but I hope you'll sympathize with my position, which is that I'm not in a position to make a judgment on this right now. I'm the wrong person. It's got to be sorted out by the attorneys. And if you think that we should have a discussion about this, I think we should agendize it and do it in that way. Chris.
Yes, I'll certainly echo all your comments about the level of value that Member Iwasa provides to us. But I gotta say, if this has been going on for years, how do we fix this? I mean, how do we get some ruling out of the attorneys that says, yeah, this is now silent on this, and therefore it's chair's discretion? What is it gonna take? It sounds like this is a scab that keeps getting picked. What do we have to do to fix this?
So for today, we don't have this item on the agenda for this committee meeting. So I'm happy to speak with you after the meeting, but I think the committee shouldn't be discussing this as a substantive matter right now.
We have to agendize items that are substantive items of discussion, of course.
Can we put this on the agenda for our next month board meeting? Would that be okay?
That would be up to the chair or the chair of the
I think
committee
that needs to be raised in the full board meeting that's coming up.
Raise that in the full board meeting. Okay, very well. That's what I will do. Because just like the station design thing, if something's been going on for years, we should just fix it.
Right.
Rather than bring it up every time.
Chair.
Kika.
I know I'm not a voting member on this committee, but, I just think personally, I don't see why we shouldn't allow legislative appointees into executive meetings. I mean, I think the whole intent of the legislative appointees, as far as I understand it, is to provide input and to provide insight and to also, I don't want to use, I guess, share information, report back to the legislature. They have a stake in this. They have a large stake in this project, and I think they just want to have some kind of representation. They've passed legislation to do it. I know there's been a lot of discussion and debate regarding the validity of that particular act, but I mean, I don't know. I just think that the legislative appointees have a lot of input to share and a lot of to offer this board, and I just don't necessarily understand why we're so hesitant to allow them into our executive board meetings if they, I'm assuming that they are bound by some type of confidentiality, regardless if they sign our confidentiality agreement. If it's a legal opinion, if the resolution is expired, and I read the resolution, it expired 1 year later. So if you ask me legally, I'm no lawyer, but legally that resolution is no longer valid. It's not in our current board rules. I think the chair does have the discretion to allow or disallow. And if your prerogative is to disallow it at this point, then I guess that's your prerogative. But I just wanted to voice my my feelings that I think we should be more inclusive as a board versus exclusive. I think the more brains we can bring to this table, the better. So, thank you, Chair.
Chair.
I just want to clarify a point. We will bring it up and I will agendize it at the next meeting, but all other state appointees signed the confidentiality agreement, including Mr. Kawashima, who just joined. The issue has always been the signing of the confidentiality agreement. Now, the issue of the resolution is something that we would have to get a core opinion on. But just so that we're clear factually, and I'm glad to hear that Kika feels that there is there's a value, because I believe so too. But remember, one of the issues that when we went through the first go around on the proposed rules was we had in the rules that they report back to the state legislature. And that became such a major issue, because I believe that they should report back to their appointing authority, which is the state legislature. But there was a major pushback as to whether or not we in our rules should require them to report. And I believe they should, and I intend to get feedback from the two appointing authorities, because remember now, they're appointed under Act 1 by the Speaker and by the Senate President. They're not appointed with the affirmation of the bodies. It's just Act 1 says they both appoint. They both appoint two. Jared is a Senate appointee along with Joe O'Donnell. As far as I know, Natalie is the only one in the House appointed by Speaker Scott Saiki. And Natalie also has a letter that we received from Speaker Saiki when he was still Speaker, that her term expired on the June of this year. And the tradition of Speaker Saiki has always been a 2-year appointment of his appointees, very similar to the appointments calendar of the House of Representatives. But just so that we're clear, it's not that the state, and as you know, Joe O'Donnell's been in, anybody who signed the confidentiality agreement has been let into the executive sessions. So just to clarify that, we're not banning all state appointees. It was just an issue of the confidentiality agreement, but we'll have that resolved, at least discussion at the next meeting, and hopefully we will have appropriate feedback by then by the two appointing authorities, because they are appointed not by charter and not by, because remember the charter also rejected it.
Chair.
Roger.
Yeah, I'd like to associate myself with Tika's comments too. I found that Natalie's participation has been exemplary. She's been one of the hardest working board members as far as I could see. She's always prepared. She always brings up good points that all of us value, her detailed research in this. I do understand the issue of the charter restrictions. I, for one, think it would be healthy if our state partners had some input into this board. They do put up a lot of the money. We do want to go to them to help us get extensions and to do other things too. And I think the time is ripe now with the Charter Commission and charter members being appointed, that the board take a look at whether or not there are charter recommendations that we would make that would help to solve this. That's not a short-term issue. It's probably a longer-term issue, but I think time is ripe right now to do that. I know it's not agendized, and I'll stop my remarks there because I'm probably off the reservation already, but that would be my feeling.
Thank you, Roger. Anybody else? So, Natalie, I'm in the very uncomfortable position of having to make a decision about this. And you've heard, I mean, we all think you're fabulous. We all think that you'd be useful in these, but I don't want to set a precedent. I don't want to go in a new direction before Corporation Counsel sorts this out. And so, with apologies, the ruling I'm going to make is that for this executive session, I'm going to ask you to sit out for the time being, and we'll see what happens in the board meeting about your future participation in executive sessions.
Thank you, Chair. I understand.
So hearing no further discussion and no opposition, we are going to move into executive session. Are we going to go into the separate room, or are we going to ask people to? Oh, Jared's here, right. So we're going to have to ask anybody who's not a member of the committee to leave the room for the time being, please. Aloha, this is the Government Affairs and Legal Matters Committee meeting of the HARP Board, reconvening after being in executive session. In the executive session, we heard from our attorneys about this case and about the ongoing conversations, and they will keep us apprised going forward. The last item on the agenda is summary of committee member requests. I don't think we have made any requests, correct?
I don't have any.
All right, unless there's any other business or any testimony from the public. Lisa, did you want to say something?
Motion to adjourn.
I actually don't think we need a motion to adjourn. That's the chair's prerogative. Stop taking it away from me. We're adjourned.
All right, this is the start of the Human Resources Committee meeting. I'm Lisa Baker, the chair, and I'll take roll call. Roger Morton,
Here.
Anthony Alto,
Present.
and Arthur Telatino has excused. Is there any public testimony? Seeing none.
Sharon?
Yes.
Sorry, just if you would, a couple of us are attending via Zoom.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Natalie Awasa. Thank you, Natalie. We need to recognize that other board members are with us. Natalie Awasa and Jared, help me out. Kawashima, thank you. Sorry.
Not to mention Kika.
Oh, and Kika's here. Thank you. Did I do it right now? Good. Okay, so I would like to defer item number 4. The board executive offers FY25 performance metrics. And the reason for this is that we just started working on that. This is Cindy Matsushida's position, and those metrics would be ready. Those would need to be ready to go in July of 2025. So we have some time. So in the preservation of time, if everyone's okay with that, we'll defer that to next meeting. Any objection? Do I need to take a vote?
No.
No? Okay.
You may want, do you want a motion on agenda item 3 to approve the?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to address the agenda before we got into it. So agenda item number 3 is approval of video minutes and summary of January 24, 2025 Human Resource Committee meeting. I need a motion.
Chair, I move that we approve the minutes of
Anthony
last meeting.
Anthony Alto for motion.
Roger, you're the only other one
Yeah,
present.
the only other one.
Okay, I wasn't at the meeting, but I'll second the motion.
Roger Morton seconded. All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 5, Executive Director and CEO's Annual Performance Evaluation. And I would like a motion to go into executive session for this. Do I need to read the whole paragraph, Dan?
Yes.
Okay. The board may enter into executive session pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute Section 92-4 and subsection 92-5, parens A, parens 2, parens, quote, to consider the hire, evaluation, dismissal, or discipline of an officer or employee, or of charges brought against the officer or employee where consideration of matters affecting privacy will be involved, end quote, close paren. And subsection 92-5, paren A, paren 4, paren, quote, to consult with the board's attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, end quote, end paren. Do I need a motion?
Chair, I move that we move into executive session.
Second the motion.
Second. So it was motion made by Anthony Alto and seconded by Roger Morton. And so unless there's any other objection, I need to ask for public input, public testimony.
I think you also need to let Natalie make her statement.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'll be brief. So even though the policy from 2020-11 has expired, even though there is no other policy against me attending the executive session, even though I am already bound by confidentiality rules, I understand that Corporation Counsel has advised that I not attend the executive session, and so I will not be attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. All right. So I think we're ready to go into executive session. Chad? All right, this is the HR committee coming back into session. And we have we need a motion for a vote for the draft annual performance evaluation report of the HART Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer, Lori Kahikina, who is a PE for the period of 1/1/24 to 12/31/24.
Chair, I move that we adopt the draft annual performance evaluation report.
Right, second?
Chair, you need to do a summary of what was done in executive session
Oh,
first.
okay, so I apologize, I'm learning still. So in executive session, we discussed the comments that were provided by board members, and there were 8 out of 10 people that provided comments. And we went over specific details where they were available. Those comments are confidential, so they will not be distributed, but they, in general, the overall theme was primarily positive. And that is what is reflected in the annual report, performance evaluation report. In each of the areas, the 4 main areas: board interaction, external relationships, internal relationships, and general management. There's a little bit more detail provided in the draft evaluation report. And, but that's about it. Do I need to say anything more?
No, but I can clarify just that the draft report will be, if the committee approves it, will then be sent to the full board, and the full board will take it up at its
That's
next
right. So that, what Dan said was that the draft report, if approved, would go to the full board. However, it will go to the full board at the next board meeting when it's agendized. So we had a motion. Second, and that's the committee. So we all approve, or do we need to have the whole other members?
May I ask a question, Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so I think you said that you discussed the comments and 8 of 10. So I'm just wondering, because we actually have more members than that. So how did you get the 10? I mean, did you?
If I'm mistaken, I think we only have 10 members at that time, right? Jared wasn't on yet? Oh, we had 12.
Including the legislative appointments.
Okay, well, we did include everyone. That was my mistake, Natalie.
Okay, so there were just a couple more than 10 at the time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so next item on the agenda is the Executive Director, number 6, Executive Director and CEO's 2025 performance metrics. In the contract, it was Lori's responsibility to send us her performance metrics, and I reviewed those. She sent them to us as required in the contract. We have 60 days with which to review these and get back to her if these are what we would like to establish as a performance metrics for this year. These were passed out, and I'm afraid that we'll have to get those to Jared and Natalie, or they'll be available at the full board meeting. Unfortunately, it was an oversight that the HR committee was not added to the full board agenda. So we can approve the metrics in the committee if we'd like to, or defer that to the next board committee meeting in which we could vote at that point. But we need to get a response back to Lori on the metrics within 60 days. I think that, when's the next board meeting?
March 21st.
Okay, so that's actually one day after, that's the 60th day, according to the contract that we were to get back.
So our role at the committee is these are from Lori, right? These, and our role is to vet these, to either approve them, modify them, or not approve them, right?
I believe that's correct,
Yeah.
according to the contract. I did spend some time going over these with Lori after a first draft was submitted, and she revised them and resubmitted. So our choices right now is to discuss, approve, or defer.
And this would become the
Amend, yes.
the basis for our evaluation in a year from now.
Yes, and the new contract, as I understand it, does not include a bonus clause. So this would be part of the evaluation in addition to the items that we just went through in executive session.
Okay, the new contract is in effect now as of January 1st, right?
That's correct.
Right.
And a couple of the things to note in here is that the requirements in the contract for the ED CEO, Lori did cover those. In particular, number 3, attendance of 100% of the board meetings, that's a requirement. And number 9, at least, attend at least one, I think maybe it was optional. It was required to have the number 8, executive training registered by the end of the year. And then I believe attending at least one national conference in 2025. I don't remember if that was actually a requirement or not.
Highly encouraged.
Highly encouraged, there we go. So she covered all the bases for what was required.
Okay.
According to the contract.
The only thing I would say, and I'm not sure if it needs to go in the metrics, is that my assumption is the big issue facing Hart this year is going to be funding. What happens to the GET surcharge and the TAT surcharge, the TAT going forward? And that's up for debate in the ledge at the moment. Obviously, that's fairly crucial to any future, but Laurie's contract ends in 2031. Any extensions would be happening after that. So I'm not sure how we reference that, if at all. I mean, I know Laurie's going to be doing it anyway. It's just we've got something in black and white here. Do we add it?
Well, and then the other question that I would have to pose is, what is Laurie's ability to influence that at this point? And if she has no ability to influence it, then is it really fair to make it her?
That's a fair point. I mean, I said earlier that the vision thing really has to start at the board.
Any other comments? Would you like more time before voting on this, or would you like to, again, if we vote on it today to approve it, it will not go to the board, the full board, until the next board meeting.
But it's delivered but not discussed, right?
And if it goes to the board meeting, if it's not approved this time, then we have a discussion at the next committee meeting, which would be the same day probably as the board meeting. Is there a mechanism to have that discussion at the committee and then go to the board on the same day?
Yeah, okay.
As long as it's agendized on the board meeting.
Well, then, from my perspective, I'd say to
hold up a bit.
Hold up. Let us have time to review it.
All right, perfect. Agreed?
Okay.
Okay. All right.
So we can make changes to this, right?
You can make suggestions
Yeah.
that we can discuss.
Okay, so, I don't know, I'm just looking at, there's certain things that's in the contract, but, I don't know, attending at least one national conference is like a performance matrix. I mean, I don't know, it just, like you sign up and you meet that matrix, I mean.
Well, it is in the contract. We found it important enough.
Yeah.
Right.
Whether we're evaluating it or not.
Well, yeah, but
it's a little different than what is spelled out in the contract for pretty simple stuff.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't look at last year's evaluation metrics in doing my evaluation this year, Laurie's got a detailed contract, which we all went through. And I think that's basically what we're judging her against. So, I mean, it's useful. This is essentially for, as far as I'm concerned, is for Laurie's benefit in saying, well, these are our priorities, but our priorities are all written out in her contract. She knows what they are.
Yeah, so we could eliminate some of these too. I mean, we could suggest, it's a negotiation, I believe, at this point. I'm not quite sure how to interpret the contract because I don't know what happens if, do we go back and forth with the metrics or not? But I would imagine that there's some agreement between all parties. Does that answer your question?
Yes, as long as we have non-HR members have an opportunity to make changes and give our input, then
That would be at the board, right?
Right.
yeah, right.
And it'll be part of the meeting information distributed at the next meeting.
Okay, so how does that 60 days tie into this? You said the board meeting is like a day beyond the 60 days. How does it all work?
Contracts in within 60 days, right?
We'll have to look into that, Robert, because it is in the contract, but it doesn't, from what I read in it, and I'm now have to find it. I don't recall if there was any, and if that doesn't happen, then.
There's no consequences.
Right.
You could also, if it's a matter of a day, you could also talk with Lori, and if she's agreeable to postponing it an extra
I have a
day.
feeling Lori's already putting these metrics in place. I think it's a much ado about nothing. But it's us agreeing to what she's performing to. These were her write-up. There was no edits on my part at this draft. So this is.
Yeah. No, I understand. I just want to have the opportunity as a non-member to add things that may be a little bit more meaningful, because certain things are kind of expected, whether you're the CEO or you're just a manager of a department. Meet regularly with the HART staff or departments. I mean, you would think that that's kind of,
Robert, some of these things that came up,
understood, right?
Lisa asked that I follow my contract to make it simple. So when you folks do my evaluation, a lot of the, I guess, emotion gets taken out of it. So that's how these came up. Just go purely from my contract. But Dan, they don't have to wait till the board meeting to respond to me, right? They can send me their comments now between then, right?
So individual board members can, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, individual board members can always communicate with you directly. They just can't discuss amongst themselves.
So
Okay.
I would say
Yeah,
don't wait
because
till
there's
the
a lot
meeting.
of stuff, if we're going off the contract, there's many stuff that may be missing a little bit. Like, the CEO is responsible for the financial condition of the project. These talk about meetings. Those are, I would expect those things are a given, meeting with stakeholders, things like that. I mean, that's just my opinion. But yeah, if I have the opportunity to do it, then I will try to add something that that is consistent with the contract, but is also more broad, that we look in the future. And I think the contract, certain language in the contract requires the CEO to take that long-term view.
So the reason why and I appreciate that, Robert, I think that's good. The contract is very specific, and it uses a lot of the same evaluation criteria that we've had from her previous contract. And there was a specific clause that was put in for annual evaluation and performance metrics. It's number 5, and it goes through very specifically what was to be included in those performance metrics. Number 6, which this is a whole clause, was about continuous development. And I think there's probably several things within that. And that was where my advice to Lori came from, was to be to stick with what the contract calls for. And then what she did was, in addition, put the items number 1 and 2 is probably her top priorities, my guess, for the entire year.
I was going to say that
Those are the important ones
those
right
are the key
there.
metrics. of this.
Right. And
And
so,
Laurie recognizes it because she suggested
Right.
it. So.
so not getting 1 and 2 would be almost to the point of not having success. And so that's why I didn't want to get into too much. My suggestion was not to get into too much detail and specifics, because what we end up doing then is strapping her hands or requesting her, since we have oversight only, that she focus on things that will not provide or will not help us get 1 and 2 accomplished. So just keep that in mind. I'm not trying to tell you not to do what you're suggesting, but that was my direction, is really 1 and 2 are the critical pieces here.
Yes, understand, in the short term, right?
Well,
You
no,
know,
this would be throughout the year.
well, throughout the year
But
is the
that's all
short
we're-
term to me.
That's all we're doing is for Matrix.
No, I understand. But in the matrix, matrix, even if it's during the year, there could be certain things that that we could adopt so that CEO will be able to plan for the future, right?
Sure. Okay.
Like begin a business plan to look at how to approach the system to Ala Moana, to UH. I mean, you're not going to get it done in 2025, but I think a CEO is not just to manage the project at the moment, but also plan 3, 4, 5 years down the line. What is the vision? How are you going to go about accomplishing that, right? And at some point, maybe you can't put it on paper in 2025, but you could certainly have some kind of draft, in 2025 to look at. There's a bill going through the legislature with funding. What is the CEO's position on it, right? What is the CEO's viewpoint? What have we done as an organization to see whether we could keep that bill moving through the legislature? So it's all those things that I kind of look at as well, other than whether we will open the second phase by the end of 2025.
I think that we have to be very mindful of what Hart's charter is. And right now it's to get to Civic Center. And I think we would be faulted by the mayor and the city council if we suggest that the CEO focus on after Ala Moana. That, I think, is more our board that is looking into that, and maybe with the assistance of Lori's people. But just, I think we have to be really careful, because we are oversight, and what we put on this is what we want Lori to focus on. So if we want her and her team to focus on what comes after Ala Moana, we need to be sure that we say maybe early drawings or concepts or ideas of where things would come from, but how much time do we really want them to spend on it? And I get what you're saying. Her position is broader than that, but Hart's scope ends in 2031 as an entity. We expect it to go longer, but I believe it ends because that is as far as.
There's no sunset.
What do you mean?
A charter does not have a sunset for Hart.
It ends when we finish the.
It doesn't say that in the charter. That's just what everybody else says.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Because I always thought it was in the charter
No.
too. Oh, I stand corrected.
Sometimes you have to go, just like same as OTAT has no sunset, but you can't find, you had to dig hard to find the
Well, it-
original statutory language.
Dan, can you verify that at all?
I am looking at the chart now, but I think, Roger, you are correct. Hang on,
So we
let me
stay on
double check.
perpetuity?
Yeah.
If
Until
you
we
want.
change the charter.
Do you want to stay with us, Laurie?
Yeah, and
You're retiring from us.
Yeah,
You'll
and
have
I
gray
think,
hair by
yeah,
then.
and I think it's important to have that kind of
I misunderstood,
vision, right?
Robert, yeah.
So I agree,
Right.
there's certain things you got, what I'm trying to get away from is, I don't want to measure Lori's performance or anyone's performance because they went to a conference, because they meet regularly with the staff. You know, a lot of those things, hey, I'll tell you, it's kind of expected, right? You know,
Would you be more comfortable if the goal was to develop a great team or something like that? Because that's a performance-related thing rather than just meet with the staff.
well, I don't know what a great team is.
We were trying to make things measurable so that you can give me a fair evaluation at the end. It's not a, well, I don't think she developed a great team. What's the definition? So if you're going to be more broad, that makes it more difficult than at the evaluation. So that's what Lisa and I were discussing, what's in the contract and what is measurable that you guys can evaluate me on. But just keep that in mind when you make changes. Make sure it's a deliverable or it's measurable.
Well, you know, it wouldn't be fair if we said, you know, to keep the variances down to 0.
True,
But we can measure it.
Yes.
Or even things as simple as prepare a draft of a strategic plan for the Heart as an organization and the vision for Beyond Civic Center.
We have to be careful of that with Sunshine.
Sunshine.
Right, because if she provides it to us, then it's a public document, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, I understand that. That's all right.
That means for Lori, she's got to put extraordinary resources to it to make sure there's nothing said in there that is contrary to everything else that we've said as an organization.
Well, it depends how much detail we need to be included, right? It could be just a general vision. It could be just the first step. It's just a vision statement with certain write-up on what the vision is. It doesn't have to include technical drawings or money and whatnot. It's just to get things started. And, you know, and that seems like what a CEO of an organization would do anyhow,
And I
right? I mean, that's pretty standard stuff.
But I agree with you, except that we are a public entity. And so the CEOs that I've worked for in the past, they'll have these strategy meetings, but they don't distribute them to all their shareholders. They'll have strategy meetings, they'll do strategy plans, they'll start things, and they will work with their executive team and not produce it to the shareholders. And that's my objection.
I don't know, DTS has many studies that talks about vision of the next 40 years. That's a public document.
And for regular transit authorities across the U.S., I'm not aware of any that don't have strategic plans.
Yes, right. All those are public documents.
They're all public entities.
And they should be public documents because the public should have the right to know what your vision is.
Well, we have the alignment study, right? From 2007. That's what's given us the alignment to this point. We made one modification from Salt Lake City Salt Lake to the airport, but otherwise the alignment's established.
And
That's the long-term vision.
Like in the EIS, it's the LPA, it's approved by the council.
Right, I
And
mean,
a lot of this went away when Hart was divorced from operations.
I think it's a good point, Robert. I think it's a bigger issue. So let's I think each of us can look at that and see what comes back from it. I agree with you, though, on the vision. It's just we've got to be mindful of the other. There's so much more out there that impacts this. Lori can't say, hey, I'd like to just take a spur and go up to Hawaii Kai.
She could.
Well,
If
she
she
could.
put it down on paper, if that's her vision, she should do that.
It's not Heart's authority.
I think
City council and administration.
Well,
And isn't
certainly
that
the
what the
LPA route, I think you're allowed to advocate, so that would be as far as Kapolei Commons and as far as UH and Waikiki, that's the LPA route that's been approved by the city council. I think you're allowed to talk about that as much as you like. And those, to me, those are the first steps if you're talking about extending the
That goes
system.
back to our earlier conversation about exactly what is our role and what is the fixed guideway system. Because I think people have different interpretations of what the fixed guideway system is. That's our role.
And just for those of you that weren't part of the executive session, one of the things we discussed was that we're entertaining the idea of inviting in corporate counsel to go through the charter and make sure that we have a full understanding of that for a bunch of different reasons. One is something like this and what the board's role and what Lori's role is. And then also, when it relates to the rules and guidelines for the board, that we're mindful of staying within our area of responsibility and not take on
Authority.
or take over, authority. Thank you. And so
Chair?
I think that may be one of the things that comes up. Yes.
Chair, thank you. So I just wanted to comment on a couple things that were said. I think it was Robert who said that he was wondering what Lori's position is on the surcharge extension. And if I recall correctly, the authority for her to provide any testimony in that respect comes from the board. So it would be the board directing her to testify on that and, pursue that, which I believe would be coming up in our board meeting under those bills. Then the second thing, I think the idea of having Cork come in for the charter and reviewing that with us is really good. As I understand it, when the full funding grant agreement was approved by the city council, even though it included only the federal part of it going up to the civic center, part of that resolution that the city council adopted said that they reaffirmed going to Ala Moana, and that was the farthest that the city council had obligated the city and Hart to. So that's my understanding. I just wanted to put that out there for clarification. Thank you.
All right, so metrics, my understanding, we will table this for a vote until next meeting. And if you have comments, Lori's asked that they be sent to her specifically, and we'll go from there. Acceptable? Okay. Then the last item on the before adjournment is number 7, summary of committee member requests made during the February 21 Human Resources Committee meeting. Did we have any? I think the only one that I would like to memorialize is input on the metrics, the draft metrics to Lori. And that's on us to remember to do that. And make sure that we are on the agenda for the next meeting. All right, if that's all we have, any more public opinion or public input, testimony? Seeing none, I call this committee meeting to adjourn.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. This is the board meeting of Hart of Friday, February 21st, 2025. It is approximately 1:50 p.m. We'll begin by calling this to order and the taking of the roll. So Kika Bukowski.
Present.
Anthony Alto.
Present.
Don Takeuchi Apuna is excused. Lisa Baker.
Present.
Natalie Iwasa. Hi, Natalie.
Here.
Roger Morton.
Present.
Christopher Moylan.
Here.
Joe O'Donnell is excused. Ed Sniffen is excused. Art Tolentino is excused. Robert Yu.
Here.
Jared Kawashima, welcome.
Thank you, President.
And the chair, Colleen Hanabusa, is also here. So we'll begin first by calling for public testimony on any of the agenda items. Any public testimony? Seeing no one here, how about online? Do we have any public testimony?
Chair, there is written testimony in your packet.
Is this by JYL?
That's it.
Okay, so we have members in your packet. J. Young Lee, Esquire, of the Young Law Group LLC. So we acknowledge the receipt of this. This is on the easement transaction at 1956 Dillingham Boulevard. Anyone else? No? Okay, with that, we'll move to agenda item number 6. What I'd like to inform the public and the members is that we are going to have some issues of quorum. So I'm going to move after the agenda item number 6. We'll come back to the rest of this agenda after we do that. And also the second item that we have that needs a vote, which is agenda item number 10. Request approval for reallocated project budget between contract packages to align with revised project estimates at completion. That will be also taken out of order. So beginning with agenda item number 6, which is resolution 2025-1, approving notification to the city council of intention to acquire by eminent domain an easement over, under, through, and across portion of the real property identified as tax map key 1-2-10-71, located at 1956 Dillingham Boulevard, Honolulu, Hawaii 96819, and owned by Gertrude Kang, I think I got that right, and Chloe Suki Kang. So, first of all, is there anyone here to testify on agenda item number 6? We did receive the written testimony. No one online?
Chair.
Yes.
Just want to mention, Chair, that this item was agendized earlier in the POC committee, and the committee waived this item onto the full board, so it was not heard in the POC, and no action was taken in the POC.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
So, let me ask, I see no other testimony on this. Krista, do you need for us to go into executive session on this matter?
I don't believe so. It will be up to you depending on what questions there are today.
Okay, so members, we're gonna proceed in open session until someone feels that they would like to ask a question of our attorneys or anything like that. Until then, please proceed, Krista.
Thank you. This is a request to notify the City Council of our intent to use eminent domain. The property is 1956 Dillingham Boulevard. It's shown there on the left-hand side. On the right side, the highlighted area is the easement in question. It's 116 square feet, and it will accommodate a transformer and bollards. Next slide. It's necessary to relocate utilities along the Dillingham corridor in preparation for construction of the Honolulu Rail Transit Project. HART requires an easement on the subject property to accommodate the installation of a transformer and placement of bollards. HART is acquiring the property rights pursuant to a HART-HECO agreement from 2018. Some transaction history. The amount of just compensation for the property was determined according to the URA. HART presented an offer to acquire the non-exclusive electrical easement back in June of 2023. The owner has been given a reasonable time to consider the offer. In order to adhere to the project construction schedule, it's necessary to refer the property to condemnation. Efforts will be made to continue negotiations with the owner with the goal of reaching an amicable and reasonable settlement. Easement rights will be assigned to HECO once the condemnation has been completed. As a reminder of the eminent domain approval process, upon approval of this resolution, HART will inform the City Council of its intent to acquire the property by eminent domain. City Council has 45 days to approve or object to condemnation by adoption of a resolution of a notification to acquire the property. Upon approval or no action by the City Council, the Board of Directors will be requested to approve a resolution authorizing the acquisition of the property by eminent domain. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions, members?
Chair, I have a question.
Okay, I was gonna acknowledge Roger. He had his hand up first, and then I'll get to you, Natalie. Okay, Roger first.
Christy, could you comment on the testimony and the request for consideration of the maintenance of the bollards and the landscaping and the entry portion?
In general, it's a requirement of HECO when there is vehicle traffic near a transformer, that there be bollards placed around those. The bollards are considered for the benefit of the owner to protect the transformer because there's some liability if anything were to happen at the fault of a vehicle hitting the transformer or whatnot.
That would be the transformer. The landscaping is a periodic maintenance issue though, right?
So landscaping from what I understand, there's no requirement for landscaping. In the HECO standard easement document, it says that should the city impose any requirements for landscaping, that it would be up to the owner to provide. I believe that is where some of the questions have come from. How we've been talking with the owner for quite some time.
Is there a landscaping plan for this 116 square foot easement?
I don't believe that there's any landscaping at this time required.
Sorry,
Natalie?
Natalie, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Roger asked my questions almost word for word, so thank you.
Thank you. Anthony?
Yeah, I was just wondering, does the property owner have to pay for the installation of the bollards or just the maintenance of the bollards?
Just the maintenance, if something were to happen in the future, they are installed as part of the installation of the transformer.
Anyone else? Anyone else have any questions regarding this? Yes, Kiko.
Sorry, I was trying to look through this really quickly, but is this an exclusive or non-exclusive?
It's not exclusive, however, it is a transformer, so it's hard for them to, the whole area is not covered by a transformer. The area where the transformer will be, there's not really much more use that could happen, but outside of that, they could use it.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Hey, Krista, just following up on Roger's question. What is the thing about landscaping? This is like one of the first time, at least I heard, through eminent domain that we're talking about landscaping. Was there a reason for?
I believe it's in the public testimony.
Oh, okay,
Some
gotcha.
concerns from the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? So Krista, I mean, I read the testimony as well. Is there a requirement that the property owner basically has to do the ballards or the bollards and the landscaping?
There's the language in the document from HECO, their easement document, says that if there's any need of long-term or maintenance, or if something happens to them, I think it's more if something happens to them, it's the owner's responsibility to maintain that.
Is that document, okay, what we have in the packet is basically a resolution for number 2025-1. And do we have in this packet what you're referring to, which is HECO's documents that is requiring the maintenance?
So we don't have the full easement document in your packet. What you do have is the extracted rights that we will condemn, and that's part of Exhibit B to the resolution. And it is, I believe, the last paragraph in Exhibit B where the bollards are discussed.
Okay, so Exhibit B is a description of the easement terms. So are you saying that the grantor, its successors and assigned, is solely responsible for the maintenance, repair, and replacement of the bollards surrounded by any of the grantee's exterior pad mounted transformers, together with all costs and expenses associated with such maintenance, repair, and replacement? The grantor shall be solely responsible for all costs and expenses incurred by the grantee for the repair or replacement of the grantee's transformer if it is damaged due to the grantor's failure to maintain, repair, and replace such balance. Furthermore, the grantee shall not be liable to the grantor or anyone claiming under the grantor for any claim of action arising from loss or electrical service resulting from such damage to the grantee's transformer. The grantee, as its sole cost and expense, may remove, relocate, modify, and or replace the bollards in order to undertake grantee's activities contemplated under the grant of an easement. That's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that's extracted from the main document.
So in essence, what we're saying, if we grant this resolution, because this is Exhibit B to the easement term, is we're placing upon the grantor, or the grant, I guess he's the grantor, because they own it, the responsibility of maintaining that area and the bollards that we put on there for the transformers, or that TECO puts on there for the transformers, plus any kind of landscaping kind of maintenance.
Correct.
Is that common with our other easements?
Yes. And it has not been brought up as an issue previously.
So do you know, I assume that you've spoken to them. Why are they, why do they find this to be something that they do not want to agree to?
I think I would need to be in executive session to talk about any of my conversations or direct negotiations with the owner.
Okay, members, I would like to know why we have this issue. Anyone else would you like to make a motion to the effect of that we enter into executive session pursuant to Hawaii Revised Statute Section 92-4, subsection 92-5A3, to deliberate concerning the authority of persons designated by the board to conduct labor negotiations or to negotiate the acquisition of public property or during the conduct of such negotiations, in section 92-5A4, to consult with the board's attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the board's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities, and subsection 92-5A8, to deliberate or make decisions upon a matter that requires consideration of information that must be kept confidential pursuant to a state or federal law or court order. Can I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Any
I'll
second?
second.
And a second. Moved by Roger, seconded by Anthony. Any discussion, members?
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
And thank you. This statement will apply to any other executive sessions during today's meeting. I understand that even though the resolution 2021-11 has expired, there are no other policies in place against me attending the executive session. And even though that I'm already required to follow confidentiality rules, I will not be allowed into the executive session. And this is at the advice of Corporation Counsel. Thank you.
Natalie. So with that, we will be putting you into a room. So anyone else have any comments or discussion on this point? If not, I assume you have unanimous consent to go into executive session. We have lost Kika, but we still have a quorum. Thank you very much. So can we go into executive session? Thank you very much. We are back. Members plus public, our Board of Directors meeting. We went into executive session, as you remember, on agenda item number 6. Under the Sunshine Law, I must give you a summary of what transpired. So the board received information from our person in charge, along with the Corporation Counsel was with her. And we asked and learned about what exactly are our rights and privileges as to the issue before us, which is the intention, our notice to the City Council of our intention to acquire by eminent domain. So with that, members, any further discussion, or I'll entertain a motion on this specific resolution.
I'll move that we approve the resolution and move forward notifying City Council.
I second. Oh,
Okay, moved and seconded. I think Anthony seconded a little before Robert. So it's moved and seconded, members, so there's any further discussion on this particular resolution? If not, do we have unanimous consent? We do. Krista, you move forward.
Thank you very much.
Members, I'm also gonna take out of order because, I don't want us to ever lose, quorum. I think this would be fast. This is agenda item number 10, request approval of the reallocated project budget between contract package to align with the revised project estimate at completion. If you remember, a couple of hours ago, we were in the combined finance and project oversight committees, and I believe the relevant members who serve on both of those committees already took a vote on this. This is for the board's vote and consideration. Is there any further discussion or question? I see that Corey is here. If not, may I have a motion to that effect?
So moved, Chair.
Second? Okay, moved and seconded by Anthony. Sorry. Oh, Roger. So, it's moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this? We spent a good amount of time and in the project oversight and the finance committee meeting on this. Yes.
Just one question.
With the revised budget submittal that we submitted to the city council, the budget submittal has the 6-year capital plan. Because it's been changed, could I ask that you all send another one, the finalized one, to the city council?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Comments? If not, then members, do we have unanimous consent on agenda item number 10, the request for approval of reallocated project budget between contract packages to align with the revised project estimate at completion? Nope. Thank you very much. Thank you, Corey. By the way, is there anyone here who wishes to make testimony, either in person or online, on agenda item number 10? Hearing none. Okay, members, I am going to go back to the beginning of this agenda, and I'll call again just to be sure. Anyone here who wishes to offer public testimony on any agenda item? No one here in person and no one online, so let's proceed. Now we have the agenda item number 3, which approval of video minutes and summary of the January 24, 2025 Board of Directors meeting. May I have a motion to that effect?
So moved, Chair.
Second?
I'll second, Chair.
Okay. So Robert and Anthony, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. We have unanimous consent? We have unanimous consent. Thank you. Now I'm going to move to agenda item number 4, which is the committee reports. And members, as you know, this is all done today. So I'm going to begin first with calling for public testimony on any of the committee reports, A, B, or C, under agenda item number Roman numeral 4. Anyone here to give testimony? Seeing none, hearing none. So with that, let's begin with A, which is February 21, 2025, which is a joint meeting of the Finance and Project Oversight Committee. Kika's not here, so it'll fall to you, Robert Chu.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I will speak on behalf of Kika as well. Your joint committee of Finance and Project Oversight, we took up one issue, an action item that we passed a resolution to request the board to approve a change to the financial plan and the projects estimated at completion, Chair. And that's all.
Members, any questions or comments of Robert for agenda item Roman numeral 4A? Hearing none, seeing none. We're going to move now to committee report B, which is February 21, 2025, Government Affairs Legal Matters Committee meeting. Anthony Alto.
Thank you, Chair. Your committee met and we went into executive session to hear from our attorneys and came out and did not take any action. This is fine.
Any questions or comments by members as to agenda item Roman numeral 4B? Seeing none, hearing none, we're going to move to agenda item number 4C, which is the February 21, 2025 Human Resource Committee meeting. Lisa Baker.
Hi, Chair. Your HR committee meeting met, and we deferred one item to the next committee meeting, which would be item number 4 from our agenda. We went into executive session on item number 5, which is the ED and CEO's annual performance evaluation, and had a very thorough, in-depth conversation. We have the evaluation and cover letter. Please correct me, Dan, is that to be brought up here now for a vote or the next meeting? Next meeting. All right. So because we didn't agendize it, we will move it to the next board meeting, but it's ready to go. We also talked about the ED CEO's performance metrics, and we're going to also meet at the next meeting to go over those, and hopefully we can agendize that also for approval if we need approval from the board, the full board for that. And that's it. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions or comments of Lisa Baker for the Human Resource Committee meeting held today? Seeing, yes.
So I think the board has 2 direct reports that it has to evaluate. So what's the schedule for the other one?
Yeah, that was the one item we deferred to
Oh,
the
you
next
deferred. Okay.
committee meeting. But the need for the executive officer's review and metrics is not due until the end of June. So we have a little more time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments, members? If not, thank you very much, Lisa. So with that, it completes agenda item number 4, which is the committee reports. Again, let me call for any testimony in person or online on agenda item number 4, which is our committee reports. Hearing none, seeing none. Let's move to agenda item number 5, which is the Executive Director and CEO's update. Lori, before you begin, let me ask for any questions. Any testimony on agenda item number 5, the Executive Director and CEO's update? I don't see anyone and I don't hear anyone. So with that, Lori, please begin.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, board members. So just to give an update on the AGS segment, operating segment number 2. So migration and system configuration is ongoing between segments 1 and 2. The communication between them is ongoing. Completion of system integration testing is slated to be completed by the end of June of 2025. And trial operation and system demonstration, you remember when we went through that in segment 1? We gave Hitachi about 90 days to finish trial running, and they finished it well below, I want to say 40, maybe 35 days. I don't know if you remember, Roger, but it was under 45 days. However, with segment 1, we didn't have a live system ongoing. So segment 2 is going to be a little bit more complicated in that we have to make sure the 2 systems are communicating, bring them down, transfer all the information, and bring them up together. So we don't think Hitachi will do as quickly as they did in the first segment, but fingers crossed that they will do just as well. So that trial operations system demonstration in July of 2025, and then safety certification and operational readiness, we're still saying by the end of the year, Roger, to transfer it over to you.
By the end of the year.
By the end of the year. Told Mayor, end of the year. By the end of the year.
Chair, could I ask Lori a question? Okay, I just want to clarify by the end of the
Yes.
year. And you know, it's a serious question.
It is.
And we need to know that for our service planning purposes.
Correct.
Are we looking at like most likely in December? I know that's the end of the year, but I don't want someone to interpret November as the end of the year.
Right. for operational purposes.
Yeah,
maybe
when
if
you
guys
turn
could
it
be
over.
ready
Huh?
in October, just assume that we could get there, but some things could still derail that. And we're still waiting for a final schedule from Hitachi. So is it a big deal for you to be ready by October? And then if we don't meet that, is that going to be,
Well, it's not so much, okay, long story short, because we have signups, in advance, right? So it's not like we could wait until October, then have a sign up. The sign up comes in advance, and the finalization of the runs is going to be even before the sign up.
okay.
So,
Sure, understood. So what is
Yeah.
it annually that you folks, that they
Every
have to-
quarter.
Quarterly? Oh, quarterly.
yeah. So we missed one opportunity. I mean, we don't have to wait another quarter, but it'll just, it caused some confusion. Let's put it this
What
way.
is your,
Usually the best opportunity would be the first Sunday in December.
or first Sunday prior to that?
August, back in August.
And if we don't hit the October, does that
We'll figure it out.
adversely impact you?
It does, but
So
we'll
it's better
figure it
to-
out.
It's better that you guys are ready.
Yeah.
Then, let's say we can hand it over to you in October, you can't initiate till December.
No, we'll figure it out.
Okay.
Oh, what I meant is actually, what I meant is what month do you think you will hand it off to DTS? Because I could figure out the 2-3 weeks that it takes DTS to get things ready. Oh, but you still don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's
you.
fine.
Thank you, Robert.
Any other questions? I have one more. I'm just trying to understand on the, that EAC reallocation.
Yes.
On page 6, there is, the only red on that is core AGS segment 2 access delays, and it's 15 threat score. So how does that relate, if it does, to what you just talked about in Roman numeral 5?
Could I have Corey calm down? Let me call him to come down.
If it doesn't relate, just tell me it doesn't relate. I'm just wondering, because I saw the red, and it's AGS.
Let me call him back down. Huh. He's texting me right now, but he's not answering his call.
Well, why don't we just move on then? Any other questions on agenda item Roman numeral 5A?
Was Lori finished with her update?
No, I'm gonna move on because
Yeah,
she
he's
can't
coming.
find Cory.
He's coming down, but yes, let's move on, Chair.
So let's move on to Roman numeral 5B, Pacific Guardian discussion regarding the downtown station.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So on January 24th, I sent you folks, I CC'd you on this letter that I sent to Pacific Guardian. Over the years, and I have Krista here in case I don't have all of the history correct, but over the years, HART has been trying to work with Pacific Guardian. If you're not familiar with that, that's the 2 twin towers right next to where did Roger go? Right next to the historical
Yeah.
We used to call it Grosvenor.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't that Grosvenor? That was Grosvenor, right?
Okay, I'm not sure, but
I don't know. I know where it is.
Okay, yeah, the historic transportation building that Roger is interested in, and then the 2 twin towers, there's a corridor going right between there. And we've been trying for years to coordinate with Pacific Guardian that we integrate our station with them. They absolutely refuse. So the meeting that I had with them, with my team on January 13th was like my 5th and final attempt to just, what's the number after quadruple? Quintuple checking that you do not want us to integrate within your corridor. And they made it absolutely clear. They don't want us there. Their concerns are homelessness, graffiti, and there were some discussions Mayor was in the conversation, Roger was in the conversation to mitigate that by maybe putting a contract together. City would pay.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with your characterization.
Oh, okay.
I think that they would be open to it if we bought the building. What they told me was if you don't buy the
This
building,
building, so-
they're not interested. Dillingham Transportation Building.
Dillingham Town Spaces.
And I have
Is
had
that the
discussions with
Grosvenor?
7 council
Is that
members
the Grosvenor?
and with, and I'm trying to get the other 2, and with the mayor. And my instructions are to continue efforts to assess the building.
Perfect. So, but we can't wait for that.
I get it.
Understand that, so we had to give Tutor Perini directions to continue on with their designs. That's just what this meeting was on January 13th to, are you really sure you don't want to try and let us integrate with you? And they made it absolutely clear. And the reason I wanted to document it in this letter and CC administration, council, and you folks is because we get criticized, Hart gets criticized for not, why did you not put the station at UH West Oahu? Why did you not put the station at Pearl Ridge Shopping Center? They didn't want us at the time. Now players have changed. I'm thinking this is gonna be the same situation. When we come down and start constructing this a few years from now, Hart is gonna get criticized again. Why didn't you try to integrate? This is a perfect TOD situation. And so that's why I even wrote that in this letter. It's not conducive of TOD. You want to make changes later, we're not going to be able to accommodate it.
Yeah, what we had asked for was just a universal exit design that, should we buy the building, that it wouldn't preclude our use of it. I understand you're planning to build a big wall to.
That's not in our plan, right? That's what they want. They want a wall. Whether Hart builds it or they build it has not been determined. Okay. It takes in too much.
Are these all
Okay.
public information, by the way?
It is now, no.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
I would not consider it not public information.
Okay.
We've gone around town and we've said as much, and, that there are obviously elements of real estate discussions that are not public. But in terms of DTS and the city, planning to do an assessment of the feasibility of purchasing the building and converting it to office use for city workers, that's not confidential information.
Oh, okay. No. I was just wondering.
Right.
I never heard of the wall.
Yes.
That you are. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
If they build the wall, we're gonna pay for
Guardian
it.
Life, though, Roger, Pacific Guardian Life, the old Grosvenor Towers,
No, Pacific, it's old Grosvenor Center,
it's the old
correct,
Grosvenor Center, right?
right. It's owned by Meiji Life in Tokyo. The mayor and I and some Hart officials met with the president of the Life Company, which is a large entity. So there was interest in continuing those discussions. Next step for us is frankly due diligence. Does it make sense? It might not make sense. But the next step for us would be due diligence. What would a appraisal cost look like? What would a rehabilitation cost look like? What would floor space look like? What would, upgrades? This is a more than 100-year-old historical building. It's a beautiful building at the corner of Bishop and between Bishop and Alakea, immediately adjacent to our downtown station. It's right across the street from the Chiuli Museum. It's in an area that other interests are buying. There's been purchase of some of those office towers in the immediate vicinity, and this would be a pro downtown project to try to keep our important downtown area vibrant.
Has there been any discussion on the,
It would be, by the way, just so it's clear, it would be a city project. It would not be a Hart project. Correct.
has there been any discussion as to whether or not what we call Grosvenor, because was Grosvenor for so long, to convert to a condo? Because, so many of these office buildings in town are converting to condo.
I couldn't answer that question.
I was just wondering if this discussion came up, given the fact that the Japanese own the towers, right?
Meiji Life owns the towers.
Meiji Life owns the tower.
I think when we met with their board chair, didn't he say that they had pretty good occupancy, that they didn't have a lot of vacancy, I don't think?
I don't know.
What do you mean, and the towers themselves?
Isn't that what you were asking? If they
No,
could-
no, I was asking whether or not there was consideration to convert it to condominiums.
I understand that, but the only reason you do that is if you can't get any tenants to rent in your building, right?
No, it's because it makes more money if you can convert it to condos and then and it's classic TOD then, right? Because if
Yeah.
if it's near the station.
That's a very good question, actually. I
It's,
don't-
it is, it's a city project, it's not a heart project, so I don't want to take a lot of time in this
Right,
meeting. But the issues raised by the owner are legitimate issues of security, of
Cleanliness,
the
sanitation.
cleanliness, and we're trying to talk through those issues, of what kind of approach would make sense. It is, the appropriate thing to do is take a look at the building with some architects, with some engineers, and just do a due diligence assessment of whether or not it would make sense to go forward. And again, the other issue is with or without federal funding.
You're talking about an assessment of the Dillingham Transportation Building.
Correct.
I was talking about almost that whole.
The whole big super block.
The whole everything,
Right.
that
Yeah.
it was a super block, and especially since we're talking about Japanese owners who may have an interest in a classic TOD kind of development. Anyway, sorry, I just thought I'd ask to see if it was something discussed.
Chair?
Is Corey here? Oh, yeah, sorry.
So the one issue that I'm most worried about that is I think there's a fairly decent chance that Roger will succeed in buying the Dillingham Transportation Building. I anticipate it will take several years for that to happen, by which point the downtown station will possibly even be finished. And so then the question becomes, we've got this Dillingham Transportation Building and we built this station, how do we integrate them now? And so that's one of the reasons I was asking for station design. I know that we can't spend money to build a connection to people who are saying, we want a wall, we don't want a connection. So how can we design it in such a way that it becomes relatively cheap at a later date to make that connection? That's my biggest concern. I understand that we don't have within our remit right now funds to spend on making a connection to a building that we don't even know if we're ever going to own. So it's a difficult one to balance. I don't know how you.
I think what if I remember what Matt has shared, that the station touchdown will be such that the stairs will come down on the sidewalk. It's going to face Ala Moana. But we're not going to be able to integrate. Let's say if we were going to go into the corridor over there.
And that's okay with us. We think
That's
that
okay.
would be a universal design that would work. And we could still have the benefit of that TOD appearance for that.
But they do want a wall to
Well,
block the riders from
Right.
disembarking and
But
going through there.
we're not
Whether we
obliged
build
to give
that or
it to them,
not,
are they?
yeah.
Yeah. And I've had discussions over the wall as well.
Okay.
So Roger, let me ask you one last question. Is Meiji in any way related to Hitachi?
Who?
Hitachi and Meiji, are they in any way related? In Japan, you can never tell which companies are related. So does Meiji have any interest in Hitachi, or does Hitachi have any interest in Meiji?
No, I don't think there's any interest there. There is a local board here for Pacific Guardian Life. That would be Alan Goda would be the chair of that. And at this point, they do work for everybody.
Including, by the way.
Us.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
No, I think I agree with Anthony. I think it's a very exciting prospect, but I'm looking at it more in terms of if you can do the whole thing, then you don't.
Even better, yeah.
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 But anyway.
Not that I know of.
Yeah,
But
okay.
whether there's interlocking directors or whatever, I don't know.
And we
In
didn't,
Japan, you can count on it. They have different laws.
or their boards were integrated,
Yeah.
but we didn't discuss with Alan the idea of co-opting the office towers. We were just talking about the Dillingham Transportation Building.
Yeah.
So it
and
might be-
the conversation has been exclusively on the Dillingham Transportation Building. The idea of the city buying, 2 44-story buildings is not in the cards, really.
No, it would not be,
Yeah.
I don't believe the city could buy it. It would have to be that they want to do it too.
Private development.
Yeah. Okay, anything else on agenda item 5B? If not, I'm gonna go back. I see Corey's here. Corey, sorry to bother you, but I just wanted to know if there was a relationship between your page 6, which has a red 15 risk on core AGS, and does that relate in any way to agenda item 5A, which is the update on the schedule for Airport Guideway?
Yes, in some respects. So that risk that we're referring to is going back to the presentation earlier. That risk is referring to Hitachi's claim of delay that occurred during the AGS construction. So that's a claim that's still out there and not settled yet, as you guys are aware. So that risk is capturing a exposure that we have that claim. That was already factored into the dates that we were testing for the call. They're all related to things.
So the response by Laurie about just being ready by October, you're saying it's already computing all of that into it?
It is, yeah. Right now we have a good target. Next month, Hitachi has committed to giving us a schedule that they think is going to be their path to get to the operational readiness. So by next month, we should have a pretty firm handle on what the month is and can respond to board member you and Roger.
That was my question, was
Okay.
the relationship. Any questions? Anyone else? If not, thank you very much. And I'm just gonna, I assume, members, that we have finished agenda item number 5A and B. Anyone disagree, let me know. If not, I'm just gonna call for the last time, anyone who wishes to have testimony on agenda item 5A and B, which is the Executive Director CEO's report. Seeing none, hearing none, we're now gonna move over. So we we took out of order agenda item number 6, that's done. So Sandy, we have 2 items with you. Number 7 is a monthly update on critical position recruitment, and number 8 is the updated organizational chart, and I specifically requested the org chart for the new members who I don't believe has ever had that. So with that, first, let me call for any testimony that anyone may have in person or online on agenda item number 7, monthly update on critical position recruitment. Seeing none, hearing none, Sandy, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our monthly critical position recruitment efforts. I'm pleased to report that we've had continued progress in filling our key positions within HART. I'd like you to allow me to speak through the highlights of this month's report. As far as the recruitment progress, to date, we filled 3 positions during the month as referenced in lines 1 through 3, and they are the data processing systems analyst, who came on board on February 3rd, a secretary position on February 10th, and accounting technician position on February 18th. We are actively recruiting for the remaining 12 positions, which are the unshaded positions listed on page 1. Additionally, there are 13 vacant funded city positions referenced on page 2 and shaded in blue, and these positions are currently under review. Qualified candidates are being assessed for these roles also. Vacant unfunded positions total 26, and they are shaded in pink on page 3. Summary of staffing as outlined under the legend column. As of today, the total budgeted positions are 72. This includes the 12 positions currently in recruitment, the 13 vacant funded positions, and 47 active city employees. Adding the 26 vacant unfunded positions brings our total authorized positions to 98. Recent headcount changes. At the end of January, we had 45 active employees, including 6 appointees and 2 89-day contract employees. One separation occurred effective January 31st, which reduced our headcount from 45 to 44. With the 3 hires in February, our active employee headcount increased to 47 employees. Recruitment initiatives. To support our hiring efforts, we participated in the Hawaii Career Expo on January 29th, and yesterday we attended the University of Hawaii's College of Engineering Spring Career Expo and engaged with students interested in employment opportunities. In summary, we are making steady progress in filling critical roles while continued recruitment efforts for remaining vacancies. I'm confident that our participation in recent career events will further increase our candidate pool. This concludes our staffing report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Sandy. Any questions, members?
What question?
Thanks, Andy.
What was the position that was the separation position?
Secretary.
Okay. And one last thing. I think I kind of know what the answer is, but I want to ask anyway. You know, Governor Green announced some kind of expedited hiring process because what's happening at the federal level. That you're not thinking of following that, are you, or could you even follow it?
I have not thought about it, but I'll be glad to look into it.
Okay. I know it's, you know, it's not the city, but I'm just wondering, are there anything there that that would benefit our recruiting efforts?
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
For that opportunity.
Anyone else have any questions of Sandy? Before we move on to the next item that is for Sandy. Sandy, I just want a clarification. So of the 47 positions, active employees, out of them, 2 are what I call my 90-day wonders?
Yes.
Okay, so, and you had 1 lost position, and I think that's the one in the gray, number of employment separations?
On the bottom, yes.
MTD, what does MTD mean?
A month to date.
So is that a person we lost?
Yes.
When?
January 31st was the effective date of the separation.
And how long has that person been with us?
Probably. Yes, correct.
Less than 60 days?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I see. So that box is to be read together.
Yes, sorry about
Okay.
that. I'll clarify it the next time.
Okay. So the 2 is net loss or gain, month. So you hired, are you saying you hired 3, so 1 says 2?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, members? If not, then I'm gonna call for agenda item number 8, which is the updated organizational chart. Anyone here to testify on agenda item number 8? Online, none. So with that, Sandy, please.
Okay, this pretty much mimics the open positions report as far as the stats are concerned. We did have 2 positions that we re-edited, if I could say that, or updated, Lori. That would be the Director of Budget and Director of Procurement and Contracts. Would that be correct to say? We up? Okay. The director, we upgraded it from deputy director to director. I guess that's what I'm trying to say.
We're just trying to make the labels the same.
Okay, that was it.
So what are you talking about this is organizational chart?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you talking about?
I think, okay. If you look at Richard Oshiro and Dean Matro, historically, on the first page, the middle row to the left, the coral color, Richard Oshiro and Dean Matro. We're just making their titles consistent because if you look at the last row, everyone is called a director. And so these people were called deputy directors because when we had, I just went blank, Dean Hazama, thank you. Dean Hazama here, they were reporting under Dean Hazama. But when we eliminated that position, or not eliminated, we changed that position, these guys are really, we just changed it from deputy to director. I didn't mean to bring attention to it. Yeah, sorry. They're the same. They didn't get any pay raise. They're the same, doing the same duties. That's it.
Just for consistency.
It's just for consistency. Yes.
Outside of that, there were really no other changes.
So just so that, for people who have not seen our org chart before, the nice colors are there because a lot of those that are filled or serviced by either consultants or HDR are also identified so that we know how many are. I think if it's the beige, it's basically city positions, right?
Correct. Yes.
And then we have those that are what like HDR has 2 light blues, and you have 1 purple. CENI, we have 0, and so forth, and that's on this first page. And then we go into core systems and designs, which also has different color schemes. And page 3, we have green, which is the construction.
Yes.
Okay? So I assume that the green is Stantec.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I can't read it. Okay. So other than beige, the other colors mean that they're either consultants or they're HDR.
There's Lee and Elliott, Stantec, Jacobs, HDR, LTL Shock, and ADS. So
So I
6.
just want to be sure that other than beige, they are someone else.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just so, this is for the new guys who may never have seen it. Yes, please, go ahead.
You got here. It also looks like gray is city and county corporation council.
Correct.
So those are
That-
also.
Yes,
hard,
but they're not.
I'm
they're not
confused by
part of
the org
heart.
chart.
Yeah, they're not part of the heart head count.
Okay.
yeah.
So it says to look them up, you go on page 6, and there's just a box of gray names. And on page 1, we have Daniel reporting to the board, according to this. And then we have Kathleen reporting to Lori.
Yes, that is correct.
So does that mean that this board, your HR committee, should also be evaluating Daniel, or does he report to someone else?
He's part of CORE. Yeah, somebody else.
It's Corporation Council.
Okay, and
He
they
report-
report to who?
He reports to the corporation council too.
So same thing with
Dana.
Kathleen. I'm not her supervisor. They are our counsel. So I don't evaluate her. They're our attorneys.
Right.
So, but we just put it here in gray so that you understand. For the board, Dan is your attorney. For Hart, Kathleen is our attorney.
But Dan reports to?
To Corporation Counsel, Dana Viola. That's the director of CORE. But she's your attorney for Hart Board. Or he's the attorney for Hart Board.
Under the charter, Corporation Council provides all legal counsel to all city and agencies, including semi-autonomous agencies.
Okay, and then some of them are kind of parceled out.
They're parceled out, they're identified.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Curtis, you are always welcome to send comments to the Corporation Council if you have concerns about my performance. You absolutely are. They would just go to Dana Viola.
So, as Chair was mentioning that legend, at your folks' request, per page, so I don't want you folks to get confused, that middle column is the count for that page. The last column is the total. So if you go to page 2, the middle column is the count for that page. So there's 6, for example, 6 city filled. And then the total so far for page 1 and 2 is 19, right? You had 13 and so, okay, I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Yeah, this chart was to give, especially the new guys, the sense of exactly how many employees are technically working on HART projects, but they don't necessarily report to HART.
Right.
Because they're working for Stantec or someone else.
So where would like AECom come in this kind of picture? I mean, they're
They're a consultant.
I know, but
They're not
are
a-
they shown on the chart
No,
here?
they're not a staff augmentation.
Yeah,
They're
because
a
they,
consultant.
I mean, yeah, they're a real consultant.
They're a real consultant, yeah. All these others, they're embedded
I mean, that-
within HART. They are part of our staff. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get to that there's more than just on the paper.
Yeah. So when you put out a contract to, let's say, like you notice Tutor Perina is not on here. So it's a separate contract to do a scope. These consultants are embedded within
Yeah.
HART.
They're to make sure the other consultants perform.
So they're consultants to watch consultants.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's quite a HART
Can I-
oversees the consultants. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the current team's done a pretty good job in cutting down on the number of consultants we use, and pretty good job working on this org chart, because God knows we've made them run around with finding different colors and what have you, but it's very useful, so thanks.
Yeah, those other consultants actually stamp plans and sign their names as the engineer of record and so on. So our designers don't usually do that, or do they do it at all?
No.
Yeah, so
Well, GEC might, Jacobs might, if we tasked them to do that.
rare though, so.
So it's really like we're a consortium of 8 different organizations.
Yes.
One on top.
Yes.
You'd have to look at each of the individual contracts that are not represented here to see how that interrelates with HART. This is considered HART.
It's one of the reasons we're paying Laurie the big bucks. It's a very complex operation with lots of different.
And it looks great. This is so complicated.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yes, it is complicated, but that's how we operate. And it doesn't have everybody, because AECom to me is the 800-pound gorilla when it comes to a lot of our funding. Okay? Anything else, members, on agenda item number 8, which is updated organizational chart? Any questions of Sandy? No? If not, I'm gonna just call for the last time. I assume no one else is here to testify on agenda item number 8, online or in person. So thank you very much, Sandy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
Okay, now we're going to agenda item number 9, which is our legislative update. This is Joey. I see Joey back there. First of all, anyone here to testify on agenda item number 9? I don't see or hear from anyone. Okay, and we have 4 different bills: SB 220, SB 467, SB 492, SD 1, and HB 375, which is to be discussed by Joey. No one here to testify? Okay, Joey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and aloha and good afternoon, members.
Okay, so without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and run down the measures, the list of measures. So Senate Bill 220 is relating to transportation financing. And if you recall, when we sunshined the measure, this bill would authorize the county that has adopted a surcharge to state tax to extend the surcharge to December 31, 2056. And it also extends the end date of the 1% transient accommodations tax increase to the same, December 31, 2056. This would also require the state auditor to conduct an audit and annual review of HART until December 31, 2056, and this would require the comptroller also to certify the HART's invoices for capital costs until December 31st, 2056. And so this measure did not make the lateral deadline last week, and it looks like it is, well, it didn't, I'll just say it didn't make the lateral deadline, and it looks like it's dead for this session. Okay, Senate Bill, the next measure up is Senate Bill 467. And the companion bill is also listed on the agenda as House Bill 375. They're companion measures, again, identical. They're relating to the general excise tax, and this is from the Hawaii State Association of Counties package. And this measure authorizes each county that has established a surcharge on state tax before July 1st, 2015, to extend the surcharge until December 31, 2045 at the same rates if the county does so before January 1, 2028. Provides that no county surcharge on state tax authorized for a county that has not established a surcharge on state tax before July 1, 2015, shall be levied before January 1, 2019, or after December 31, 2045. This bill also repeals certain conditions on the use of surcharges received from the state for counties having a population equal to or less than 500,000 that adopt a county surcharge on the state tax. And again, these both measures, House Bill 375 and Senate Bill 467, did not make the lateral deadline last week. So they're also, looks like they're dead for this session. And finally, the last measure on our list did receive a hearing. And this was, it was reported out before the lateral deadline it was reported out on the lateral deadline. And this bill is relating to the general excise tax. It is actually a reintroduction by Senator Richards of the same measure I just read off, Senate Bill 467 and House Bills 375. Although this measure did get an SD1, Senate Draft 1, so it has an amendment. And this bill now authorizes each county that has established a surcharge on state tax before July 1st, 2015 to extend the surcharge until December 31st, 2045. At the same rates, if the county does so before January 1st, 2028. Provides that no county surcharge on state tax authorized for a county that has not established a surcharge on state tax before July 2015 shall be levied before January 1st, 2019 or after December 31st, 2045. And then repeals certain conditions on the use of surcharges for housing infrastructure costs, and that's effective May 13, 2040. So with that, I guess I'm open to questions.
So what's the status on
So,
419?
yeah, so this bill is still alive, and it's in WHAM right now. The current referral is to WHAM. It has not yet been scheduled for a hearing in Ways and Means. And if we're interested in the measure, if we want to take action or if we're interested in moving this measure, we would have to get it on the agenda by Wednesday in the coming week.
I have a question, Chair. Just a general question. Did we provide any type of testimony or information or anything with respect to any of these legislation?
No, we have not yet.
And I'm just wondering why do we not submit testimony, or whether it's written or whether it's in person? I'm guessing you all would support this, right? In order to, if we're going to have a vision of extending the rail line.
We need board's approval to do any testimony. So that's what today is.
Okay,
We're
so
asking your approval. We are recommending that we support this. So we would need your approval to do that.
okay, so before you could even show up to the legislature, you need board approval.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I mean that could easily be done.
Yes.
It could be a blanket or whatever, or any bill that. Okay.
Any other questions? Comments?
Was the board? Or was it agendized that?
Not for any kind of support, but I remember.
Not for support. We were just sunshining the measures onto the agenda at that last meeting.
The city supports 492. Yeah.
The city supported.
Yeah.
Did you support? You supported something personally, if I recall correctly.
No, I'm planning to testify on 492, but as an individual, because the board hasn't taken a position. I should just say that from talking to members of the legislature, there is a sort of it's no secret that some senior members of the legislature would like to do a rethink of the entire tax and revenue situation. They want to look at GET, TAT. There's even talk of a state property tax. And there's also a sense, I think, at the Ledge of not knowing what the administration in DC is going to do, and that there may be huge cuts in areas such as Medicaid, for example, or free school lunches, that the Ledge may have to step in and plug some gaps. And so you tell me what your feeling is, but I don't get a sense that they actually want to move to a resolution on this right now. There's talk even of a special session in the fall, perhaps, to take these issues up. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, well, my thoughts are originally I would recommend supporting it because, the language was left in by the subject matter committee. So the measure would extend the surcharge to 2045, right? And so,
which is in today's money, back of an envelope calculation, we're talking about $6 billion, right? Roughly speaking.
Yes, it's about $5 billion. It was reported, right? And so, so to 2045, I think they're looking to raise about $250 million a year for until 2045, right? That would raise you the $5 billion. But for us, I think, based on our meetings with, I would just recommend that we would support the measure going forward.
So then, Board Chair, could we, as a board today,
pass some kind of direction to have Lori and her staff to provide testimony in person should this bill be heard? I think we're dealing with that much money. I think it's more effective if you show up in person instead of just filling a form that says I support, right? If we want this much money, we need to show the legislature that we are serious and we're going to be there to answer your questions, to tell you exactly what our plans are for all the money that we may receive all the way to 2045. So we could do that could we do it this meeting?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't we just do that and see where it goes?
There's another alternative.
Yes.
In our rules, which of course we had a chance to peruse this meeting, section 2.1, the board chair may appoint a board member to advocate on behalf of the board, support or against any governmental action that impacts the development of the fixed skyway system. You know, one of the issues we have that I've already, griped about to the chair is like 3 times a week I read some letter to the editor from someone who's factually wrong about something about this project and puts out more negativity. And it's like, can I respond to this? Well, no, the whole board would have to wait for a month and get together and respond. We already have it in our bylaws that on a legislative action like this, you could appoint one of us to be the person who does that. It could be one of the state appointees. It
Are
could be
you
the head of the
volunteer?
government
Are you
relations.
volunteering, Chris?
Look.
No, I was just
You're
kidding.
suggesting that one of the people that's either the chair of the Government Relations Committee or one of our state legislature appointees would be a natural person to do that, and then you wouldn't have to wait a month.
No,
I'm also
I-
suggesting
I-
we extend that to responding to letters to the editor.
I agree that with this matter before us, and we can vote on it, once we vote on it as a board, the majority of us or all of us unanimously support the concept, then yes, I can appoint or I can, and at that point, even Lori, who is very careful about speaking up without board authorization, can also do it. But it does take, in my opinion, irrespective of what the rule says on that specific point, it takes the action of the board to say, okay, we're in favor of this. Because other than that, it's not something that the chair would dictate. The chair can appoint, assuming the rest of the board is in concurrence. But I do have a question for this. 492 seems to be an extension of the original GET that we passed in 2005. And so it only applies, and this is, I think, potentially a problem. It only applies to Honolulu, only Honolulu. Because only Honolulu back in that time
Yeah.
frame implemented the
Right.
GET. No
Yes.
other counties did. And matter of fact, this is, and definitely after 2015, they may have, but before 2015, it was only Honolulu.
Yeah.
Which is what this is talking
Right.
about.
Yes, and just for that specific narrow purpose, that we are allowed, Chair. Do we need a motion to say the board,
We are
you
going
know?
to need a motion
Okay.
from the board to say that you are in favor of testimony testifying on SB 492, which is the only measure I think that is alive, right? And, yeah?
That's correct.
And I think the only, it looks like the SD one, I'm not sure whether, what was crossed out, whether all of that was part of the SD one or that was already crossed out.
The Oahu language was left in, and the language for Oahu was left in. What was amended were some of the provisions for the counties with a population of less than 500,000 or less.
That doesn't apply to them.
It doesn't apply to us.
It doesn't give anyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was my technical problem, only because Kyle Yamashita, who will eventually get this, is Maui. And he may not like the fact that his area is not able to avail themselves on it. So that we are clear, this is only as to Hawaii.
Correct, yes.
Of course, they could amend the bill to.
I was about to say, why don't we offer an amendment?
Yeah, or I don't know if we would amend it that way, but certainly any member, the chair could amend it at the finance committee if that hypothetical question.
So
This is going to go to Donovan.
You go Donovan first, right?
Yeah.
But it would have to go to the House eventually.
Yeah, so
If it got through.
okay, so amendment or no amendment, I think for the purpose of just today, I would, I don't know, propose a motion that the board supports SB 492 SD1 and requests HART CEO and or her staff to testify in person should this legislation be heard.
And how about if
Yeah,
the
could-
person who
could-
was going to speak just as a citizen could then, if this board
Yeah.
endorses this, then you could speak as representing the board.
Yeah,
if
the board
chair
and the
so-
CEO would be my recommendation.
Yeah, right.
Yes, I would appoint Anthony, who's been actually trying to get this thing through for a while. If the board approves the concept,
Mhm.
I would also appoint Anthony to go down there and testify. Very similar to,
Okay.
remember?
Yes.
When we were doing that, we got you and,
Oh, I
you and
remember.
Hazama to go down to the city council, because you're the council appointee.
Yeah.
To speak in favor.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Right?
I'll second the motion with the addition of Anthony.
Any further discussion? Any discussion? If not, do we have unanimous consent? We have unanimous consent, so you will have to, it passed, so you will have to keep them apprised, keep Anthony apprised, for example, as to whether it's actually scheduled.
Yeah.
So it's what, Wednesday?
So Wednesday would be the deadline for scheduling?
Oh, for scheduling?
Yes. And then Friday, next week Friday is the decking deadline.
And shoot me an email too if you get it.
Wait a minute.
We're watching it too, but
Wait a minute, is scheduling and decking is on Friday?
The decking is on, decking,
This Friday?
Next Friday?
next week Friday, next week Friday, a week from today,
Yeah, so the 28th or
the
whatever it
28th.
is, right?
Yes.
But the schedule has to, it has to be scheduled on the
By the
26th,
25th.
the 25th,
Is it? Yeah.
48 hours, right?
Sorry. Sorry. Calendar.
Okay. House and Senate have slightly
26,
different
Chair,
rules.
26. By the 26th.
That's what I was saying, the 26th.
Correct.
we're on,
Okay.
not on track.
I've been delaying so that you would come back.
Thank you, Chair.
We thought you were bringing life support with you.
So it's 26, but 28 is decking?
28 is decking.
Not much room.
Oh, that's tight.
It's tight. It has to get scheduled.
Yeah, if it is gonna be just.
It might,
Yeah.
could
just
be.
for- And it has to deck on the 28th. That's really tight.
It's got a deck.
Question whether the senator wants it or not.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna come down to.
The first thing is whether a hearing will be scheduled.
No, that's what I said, so
Yes.
whether the senator wants it or not. And if senator doesn't want it, it's not gonna be scheduled.
Right.
And it's, because on the House side, nothing's moving, right?
No,
Nothing's
there's
moving
nothing,
on the House
there's
side.
nothing moving in the house.
Nothing on the House side.
Let's wait and see it.
Okay,
And
well.
quite rightly as well, because, I mean, we could be looking at potentially well over $1 billion in cuts from DC. So it is a point of concern, obviously.
And again, I think, the subject matter committee showed support for the language, and I think, it's good. That's why I recommended that we support it.
The subject matter went to trans?
It did. It went to, it's called Energy, Intergovernment, and Energy and Intergovernment, I guess. EIG.
It didn't go to trans. It went to Senator Wakai's committee,
Yeah.
not Senator Lee's committee.
It's
Was
EIG.
infrastructure, I think.
Energy, infrastructure, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Energy infrastructure.
Did he also pass out his Aloha Tower? I mean,
No.
not Aloha Stadium
Aloha
development?
Stadium. I have to go back and look. I'm sure.
just wondering what we're competing with, because Wakai is Aloha Stadium.
But then Yamashita's still talking about moving the stadium to UH, so.
You know, he doesn't like it, yeah, he doesn't like it at all. Well, such is life. Okay, so we're done on this, thank you, members. Now, we're gonna go to agenda number 11, which is the proposed amendments to the rules and operating procedures of the Board of Directors. Anyone here to testify on agenda item number 11? Seeing none, hearing none. Okay, members, let's begin. As you know, this has been an issue for a while, and we decided that the best way to proceed is that we would do it by sections. And this is the initial sections 1 to 7.
Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer this due to the lack of time for people to review it. And also, it came up in our HR committee meeting that we are going to request from Corporation Counsel a in-depth understanding of the charter. So before we start this process, we understand what authorities we have as the board and what authorities are with the CEO.
Okay. That's the motion.
I'll second.
The motion is moved and seconded. Any discussion, members?
Yes.
Yes.
I think, given the hour, it's a reasonable proposal to defer it, but we had a month to work on this. I actually did quite a bit of work on it and sent it in, and that work somehow never made it into our binders. This, I would argue, is one of the reasons why the proposal of doing it in a small group first and bringing it to the board for approval would have made more sense. To say we're all going to do it like this, and it's going to be agenda item 11 out of 12. This is the type of thing you have to go through it, and it's going to take a while. All right, that agenda item is going to take a while. It should not be the last thing on the agenda of a packed agenda. So, I'm perfectly happy to defer it. I suggest maybe we don't want to do all of 1 through 7 because that's going to take a long time. And I also requested it be much earlier in the agenda. Like, since it's an action item, that it be before all these sort of reporting out items, right? Reporting out items you can blast through quickly, but things where you're supposed to be trying to accomplish something should not be at the very back of this agenda. And I also request that all the changes I suggested get disseminated to all the board members so they can see it.
I think it can be disseminated now, right? So any copies have been made, so they will be disseminated. It's okay, because if we're going to defer this, we have time and we'll be in compliance. So Dan, is CORE gonna do what was requested? Has there been a formal request made to CORE?
So it was just a discussion earlier today, but I'll go to my office and discuss and figure out how to do that. And I can also work directly with Lisa to figure out if she wants it, again, if it's gonna be a committee or a large board, we can figure it out.
Well, that's an interesting point. So do you want it first discussed in HR, or do you want it discussed whatever CORE comes back with? Do you want that discussed when we discuss the rules?
I think we were talking about it being an item. I'm not sure whether we want to talk about it being an HR or the entire board, but to make sure we have a firm understanding. So I don't know that we got that far in the discussion to say which place, except that to me it would be more the full board than the HR.
Yeah, I think, Chair, so I can also go back to my office and sort of discuss what was talked about in the HR committee and try to get more of a feel for what that training would encompass or what that discussion would encompass and what would be an executive session, what would be an open session. And then maybe once I have that information, I can speak with you, I can speak with the chair, and we can figure out how to agendize it.
And though I would hate to propose this, if worst comes to worst, we can always call a special board.
Yeah, you might even have to on an item like this, just because it's such an all-encompassing item.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think it's valid for us to have that discussion, as much of it in public as we can. No, I agree that we should get a better handle on exactly what it is that who has which jurisdiction, and that will determine our rules as well. So I don't need to do anything as a motion for you, Dan. You're just gonna, we're just gonna take it.
Does it make any sense that this be referred to government affairs legal matters?
You mean the whole package?
I mean, just the comment of getting a smaller group to look at it first, I mean.
That would be more for redoing the bylaws as opposed to.
charter issue, which I think is confusing. So probably not.
I was thinking of the bylaws, yeah.
Right.
It's not really an issue with the charter, though, right? It's a question of.
No, I think.
The charter affects more.
Well, I think what Lisa is getting at is correct. When you look at the charter, right, the charter is, you have the executive directors, you have the board's exclusive jurisdiction, and then you have the executive director's exclusive jurisdiction. But you have this interesting in between that's called the public authority, which is a combination of the executive director and the board. So I think that's what needs to be clarified, because then it becomes a question of, okay, who does it? And then to overlay on top of that, the argument is going to be the role of budgeting, because budgeting always controls. So whether you have people or whatever, that's why the legislature, their major policy statement is always the budget, because that then defines everyone's roles. Because if they don't fund you, they don't fund you. So I think that if we can do, what would be your recommendation? We do it in the full board and possibly discuss doing the rules in a subcommittee? Do you have any?
So, if I can, let me go back to my office and discuss sort of what we think the contours of, that discussion would be, and then from there, I might be able to make a recommendation as to how to proceed, if that sounds okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to comment and support the motion to defer. I tried to get through the proposed changes, but I wasn't aware of changes from other members. But there are references that I would like to request. I think there was references on page 25 to resolutions 2018-14 and resolutions 2019-14. If all the members could be sent copies of these resolutions so that we know what the references were.
Page are you on?
Page 25. And then I completely agree and support understanding the charter and what our roles are before we start making any changes to the rules, because that we need to have a firm understanding of what, a clear and firm understanding of what our roles are before I think we can even entertain making amendments to the rules. Personally speaking, and probably the reason why I didn't submit any edits to the rules is because personally, I think the rules work the way they're written. They just need to be consistently enforced and followed. There may be one or two tweaks that could improve it, but that's again my personal opinion based on my interpretation of our role according to the charter. I would support calling a special meeting of the board to just go over this one item. I agree it's a juggernaut to undertake, and I would support just dedicating one whole meeting to tackling the rules. If the decision, I would prefer leaving it as is for the record, but if we're gonna do this, then I would prefer spending as much time on it line by line as we can.
So let me get a sense. We have a motion to defer, and I think we're all in agreement on that. So I'm gonna move on to a separate, a sub-issue, but let's go over the motion to defer. Do you have any objections to the motion to defer? Seeing none, hearing none, the motion is granted. We are gonna defer. Now, the next question is, how do we proceed, which is what Kika's raising and we have talked about, and I think Lisa said, or no, it was Roger who said we should put it in government affairs. And the other issue is whether or not we are going to have the discussion of quote unquote, what does the charter say? Which I think has to predate, or, yeah, it has to predate any discussion on the rules themselves. Because what the charter says is going to tell us, well, what our legal advisors tell us the charter says is gonna then tell us how we proceed. So, can I at least have an understanding, and I guess because we're still talking about this particular issue, and at least have an understanding that the board is inclined, even if it means calling of a special board meeting, to have that discussion on what does the charter say. Anyone have any objections to that? I'm all right here, yeah. Any objections to that? No?
Although I've gone through the charter in some detail and discussed it with my city council member, I think I'm pretty much up to speed on it. But if everyone else wants to have a meeting, go over the charter, that's fine.
So long as it's not a sort of a general introduction to the charter. I mean, it's got to be useful to us. It has to be a useful conversation. I'm with Kika. I haven't, in the 3 years I've been on the board, I have not run into an issue with the rules. So I'm happy with them. It'll take a long time. I've now got 3 sets of rules with amendments proposed, and I go through them in detail every time. But if we can have a briefing on the charter that is tight and speaks specifically to issues that we deal with, then yeah, I'm all for that. And clearly that has to happen before the rules revision. So I would agree with that.
So there doesn't seem to be any objection to that. And then after that, we will proceed. And there's nothing wrong with, if this were, for example, to go into Anthony's committee or Kika's or whoever's committee, or going to the general board, that the motion is that there's nothing wrong with the rules, or maybe these are the places we should tweak. There's nothing wrong with that. We just got to get the discussion going, because you may feel that way and somebody else may feel totally the opposite. And then that's why we're going to have this discussion. I really, and if you remember, we actually did do a pig on this. And that's why you see some of the edits, because we did do a pig, but we never moved forward on it any further. So there are people who disagree that there's nothing wrong with the present rules and would like to have clarification. So that's something that we need to also have a discussion on, and how we proceed with that. And right now, I'm, as much as I hate having everyone in the same room, and I know it's going to be very cumbersome, I also believe that that's the best way for us to proceed. That maybe we do it in a special board meeting and discuss all the provisions of the rule. Because other than that, we're going to end up doing it more than once.
So do we need a resolution or just, okay?
I'm just getting a feel for everyone. Yes, Lisa, then Kika.
So I want to point of clarification. The rules that we're reviewing are only the ones that Cindy sent out. All other edits, we stopped those and said those, if you want to still make those, you incorporate them new in your new. So the only one we have is the one that was presented.
Well, that's not the only one you have. You have what we began with. You will get Chris's edits that he did. And I think the one that you have in the folder has a lot of the original edits that we did to the rules.
So I thought at the last board meeting that we reset this whole thing. We started back on the one that was approved and was finalized. And all edits had to be made to that one.
Right.
No bringing forward any edits unless they were restart, because we reset the expectation for edits that they had to be defensible. There had to be a reason for them. It couldn't just be arbitrary. So the ones that we had before did not have that, which was one of the problems I had in reviewing them. So it's my understanding the only ones we should be reviewing, they need to have Chris and anybody else's information added to them, is the set that's in the binder. And Cindy or whoever does this can indicate different people making those edits. So there's no reason to have more than one document that we're reviewing. Otherwise, I think we get right back to where we started with this, that there's too many edits, too many versions. There should only be one, and it's the one that's in the binder. And to me, that's the only one we're looking at, unless I misunderstood.
No, that's my understanding as well. So if you look at what's in the binder, for example, there is things like strike-through highlights, which is changed, but it's nothing major, it's just that.
Which I think, Cindy, you can hide all that formatting, track changes. So you could please do that. That would help us be able to see the comments and the material changes.
And then we do have comments, like this is to ensure that board members executes the confidentiality agreement, for example. I just flipped to that page. It wasn't anything against Natalie. It's just that explained the change to the rule, or the highlight to the rule. And I think that's what you're talking about. Right. But if you look at this, where even the formatting changes were included.
But we can get rid of all that. I mean, at least at this point, so that we can see, so the clarity is, unless the formatting change makes a material difference, which I don't think it does, because everything's numbered. So indentation shouldn't be an issue.
Are you talking about getting rid of the highlights and the strike-throughs, or just the reference in the right?
No, just the formatting. So like the
In the
table
right
of
column.
contents. So the table of contents wouldn't have this entire line of formatting.
Just the
Yeah.
comments in the right.
Oh, that's all we'd end up with, right?
Substantive changes and the reason for it. I think
Right.
you were the one who brought out. We shouldn't
Right.
have a proposed change unless there's a reason for it.
Yes, yes.
That's what I understood our assignment last time to be. Here's the existing bylaws here. If you want to make a change, you have to say why and incorporate that in.
Yes.
So some of the comments on the right-hand side are in compliance with what you want, which is that it explains why the change. I understand that if we take out the formatting ones, I have no problem with that, but know that at some point, we're gonna have formatting issues.
Right, at
You
the
know.
very end is what I'm
At the
thinking.
end, this
Right.
cleanup document.
And that's no problem.
Yeah.
But that's what it looks like. So that's this document. Somehow, what Chris, you did has to now be, from what I'm hearing, Lisa's point, it has to be merged into this document. So I think that Cindy can do that, and we can get a new set sent to all.
So yes, I think the only confusing part might be that in some rules you've got 3 or 4 different proposed versions of the rule.
That's
And so
okay.
we can't accept, formatting or anything. So we'll just have to say like, here's suggestion
Right.
1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right.
No,
That's fine.
I think that's expected.
Yeah.
The only other procedural question though, is at that point that you merge everything together without the formatting issues, does it have to be posted? It has to be posted, or can it be a draft
So
among the members?
what Cindy and I can do is what we've been doing, which is any comments that anyone has, they send to Cindy and me, and then she and I can compile it in one document, and then we can post that in advance of the board meeting, just as normal.
As far in advance as possible.
Yeah, Dan,
Yes.
could you include us, Hart, too? Because I didn't know she even posted till 48 hours, and then I couldn't read it because of the highlighting. So as soon as you get that, could you also include us? And even the attachments that you're asking for, Kiko, we don't have that either.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
fine. So 2 things. One, again, Chair, I don't know what you want to do with scheduling. I have a hard stop at the next meeting at 12:30, so I can't continue past that. And then we will get it out as soon as possible, but this is a little time consuming. So we'll do our best to get it as quick as we can, but it's going to take some time.
I think what we're gonna have to decide on is when is CORE gonna be able to brief the board on the charter? And that's what we gotta start first, so we gotta schedule that. And then after that, we can go into the actual rules themselves.
Sure.
But that doesn't prevent, I believe, people from proposing rule changes, like the way Chris did, and the ability to review them. And I think even Natalie has proposed. So we should we should do that. If anyone else has any proposed changes, then please put that in, even if, with all due respect to Anthony and Kika, even if you want to say it's fine, just let us know that it's fine, except for this or that, whatever you may have issues with. Just let us know.
That's actually what I did this time around. I sent an email to Cindy saying that I was only going to comment in the meeting on the one or two issues that appear to be controversial. I don't think we need 5 members of the board all sending in the same comment and having Cindy and Dan have to correct them. They're all the same.
And I would also like that a little more time to provide comments. I understood that our responsibility was to look just through 1 through 7.
Right.
So that's all I did. I didn't look into any of the other ones. And maybe, I don't know that we still want to do that. I don't know that we'd need, like, there's a lot of edits after 7, and with no explanation. I'm not sure those should be part of this document at this point.
Well, we didn't call for anything new after 7. We went to 1 to 7.
Right, so there should be no edits at 8 and beyond.
So far.
Right, because we've made no edits.
No, we haven't discussed any edits, but people are open to suggest edits to
But there's-
beyond 7.
Right, but there's no input as to why.
Right. Well, that's what we're calling for now, right?
Well, that's what we called for the last meeting. So I mean, if somebody did provide these edits, I mean, that's a fair amount of work to redo that they're gonna need to have to go back and explain. Because they're substantial once you get past Rule 7.
Just Lisa, one note. So there was the PIG. The PIG did a report which had a whole bunch of edits, and then I think about a year ago we had board members who were sending in edits as well. And so I think that's what you're seeing from 8 and beyond. Is
But
that
that's not what we agreed to at the last board meeting. We said we were gonna start over again with only the rules that were approved and finalized. So none of the stuff from the PIG and none of the stuff from other inputs prior to the last board meeting.
we can come
With the exception of the executive officer. That we voted on.
Chair?
So executive officer, we did vote on, and that was adopted.
What was remind me of what that was, please?
That's Cindy's.
No, I know, but
That was before Lisa came on.
Right, that was before you came on board.
what does that have to do with the rules?
Because that is an amendment to the rules that the former board voted on.
Oh, that we have an executive officer.
Right, we have
Okay.
an executive officer.
But not the executive officer's input if she has input to this. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
1 through 7 was, and then the question is, if we continue with 1 to 7 first, because I just think that it's a lot of, and maybe Chris maybe thinks that it should be less than 1 to 7.
If
First
it's going to be part of a regular board meeting, I do think it should be less than 1 through 7. Because then you can handle it in smaller chunks.
I thought that the most controversial part would be Rule 8. And Rule 8, because that has all the descriptions of the
Right.
various committees.
Right.
Which, if a decision is made that we have, and one of the proposals was, and it will appear again, was that the board then decide if you're gonna have all these subcommittees, or whether the board is gonna meet with, and have all of it. Like the initial stages of the Heart Board was like that. We just had one meeting and that covered everything. And to the extent that what we're seeing now, where we have committee meetings before and then we go back in, it's almost kind of redundant and everyone seems to be here. So, I mean, with the exception of that, but other than that, Rule 8 became very critical because of the jurisdictional issues among the committees. But, so we can deal with that. If you are strong feelings one way or the other, don't tell me, tell them, because then, you're violating sunshine. But tell them and, we can meet and discuss how we proceed on that.
Chair?
No. Yes, Natalie, sorry.
Thank you. So I just wanted to address a question that Lisa brought up. I think it hasn't been answered. So in the comments, if you look you'll see a reference like CH, or I had just only one proposed change. So it has the initials of the person who made the comment, and they're all in order. So you can tell who made each comment. The only ones that don't have that I've noticed anyway, are the formatting. So just put that out there so everybody understands that it is pretty easy to tell who made the comments.
And the formatting is actually on the last couple of pages, and it's, most of them are mine.
And I do commend you if you really did these at 2:32 a.m.
I do work at 2:32 a.m. Yes, Kika.
So, Chair, I just want to clarify the record as I recall it, because I was on the PIG for the rules, and I think I stated this in a previous board meeting when we talked about the rules, that I don't recall a report coming out of the PIG. And this is for the new members, because it seems as though there's this perception that we already went through this exercise and these amendments were accepted and discussed, and that's not the case as far as I recall. What I recall, Chair, is that there was an original draft similar to the one we're looking at now with proposed amendments. I submitted extensive comments on the proposed amendments, and that's where it stopped. There was no further discussion as far as I recall. There was no further meeting of the PIG, and there was definitely no final report of the PIG that I recall. So as far as I recall, that PIG was left basically in limbo. It was an initial proposal like the one we're looking at now, and it never went further from that. I never got response to my comments to the original proposal. And that's where that PIG was left. So I really want to clarify that as far as I recall, there was no report from that PIG. There was no resolution. There was no adopted rules. There was no adopted amendments. There was no agreed upon amendments. There was merely a proposed amendments like the one we're looking at right now.
Kika, my recollection is somewhere between all of them. We did take action on executive officer. We pulled that out.
Yes, only that
Right, I
item.
remember that. My other recollection is, and I could be wrong on this, is that this all got caught up with Michelle, because Michelle was a member of the PIG. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe she was even chairing the rules PIG at that time. And we lost members, not only her, but we may have lost others. So I am not clear. I do not recall that we actually adopted the rules, and I do not recall seeing, quite candidly, comments from you. I know
Extensive
right.
comments.
Yeah, I don't remember that. I don't remember seeing that, and I was a member of the PIG. But I was not in charge of it, as I recall. So I don't think we have a disagreement, and that's why I think we're proceeding the way we are proceeding.
Well, I just want to make that clear, because what I'm hearing is like the perception that we had a PIG and this was all discussed, and
The only thing I said that was discussed was executive officer.
that's
So if I
it.
interject, the PIG did actually deliver its report to the board in August of 2023.
Regarding
So,
the
regarding
executive
proposed rules.
officer.
No, I believe it was the whole set.
Well, then my comments were completely glossed over then, because I still have those comments.
No, and I think your comments actually to the rules throughout, because I remember seeing all of them, and I believe they had been.
We never discussed it.
No, I agree that we've never discussed it. I'm saying it's in the draft, but what I will do is in the draft that Lisa and I were talking about, we're going to include all of those comments.
Okay,
in that.
so Dan, how can we issue a report if the PIG never took action on it? I was part of the PIG. I do recall. I'm very clear that there was no action taken in that PIG, because I've always been a huge stickler on the rules. And I'm very clear that there was no action taken in that rules PIG.
Okay, I'm looking at the agenda and the report that the PIG did in August 23, so I don't know how to respond to your question.
Well, then I'm just saying for the record that I was very much involved in the rules PIG and always have been. And I do not recall ever having a discussion in the PIG regarding my concerns or the proposed amendments at all, with the exception of the executive officer. So,
I don't remember, quite candidly, to be honest with you, I don't remember, but I do know this. The person who did the work on consolidating and creating the actual changes was Dan. Because everything went to Dan. And Dan had to then compile it and put it in a form. I thought we had taken action as a PIG, but I could be wrong. I'm not really clear on it. And I think a lot of it is because at some point we lost Michelle, and Michelle was an integral part of that. And we lost someone else, right? Didn't we lose someone else on the PIG?
That I don't recall.
But anyway, I think we lost someone else in the process. Was it Dean?
I don't remember.
Because we started in 2022. I think we started in 2022. So in any event, we have a new process, or we have a process, with the exception of the executive officer section of the rules. We are going to do whatever we're going to do, beginning with an understanding of exactly what the Corporation Council is going to advise us as to what the charter says. Then we will look at the various proposals, and hopefully we will have a new version up to, I hope everyone agrees, no more than Rule 7 in this next go-around. And then unless you want to see it at all, I just think all is a huge thing to bite. And then we will make a decision once we get briefed by the Corporation Council as to how we proceed. But I would like to have the discussion on the rules in public, and everyone have the opportunity to comment one way or the other, whether you like them, you don't like them, you think it has to be changed. That's all part of our process, I would like to think. So any other, yes, Kika?
sorry, Chair, just to be clear and just to be transparent, so, I completely support core counsel or some body or person that can give us guidance. However, I will reserve the right to discuss maybe disagreements on the interpretation of the charter if I see that maybe there might be a different interpretation. So I just want to be
We would not
transparent.
expect anything less from
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Just so that you know, we wouldn't expect anything less. You want to disagree, you disagree.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Lisa?
Chair, I noticed that in the version of the rules that we have that was distributed for us to review, there is no mention of the executive officer. So I'm not sure if we included that, that should really be in the version that we're looking at. I don't see it in the general provisions, the definitions.
Well, it should have been, it was passed at the end, so it really isn't a rule that we would get to yet.
Okay.
Depending on, and I'm not sure how they put this together. Executive
It's in
officers
12.
at the end.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I didn't even look past 8.
No.
I just,
Yeah,
so
and
that's,
that's why, I think I
Okay.
also made a comment that if anyone has any objections to what was passed, I mean, the rules are all up, so you can always raise it.
right. I just wanted to make sure we're on, this goes back to that same about what version are we on?
Yeah.
So that we didn't make a change in the definition area to include an executive officer. We just included it at the end.
We just changed
Okay.
the section on executive officer.
Got it.
I don't think we went back and conformed everything.
Okay.
Okay? Anything else? Jared, Natalie, no?
So the bottom line, Chair, is we're going to get a new one of these in our next package, right?
Right, we're gonna get a new version that's gonna also incorporate Chris's changes and anyone else who has changes, even if your change is, I don't want change.
That'll be the 5th set that we could pass on the
Right,
legislation.
But yes,
We're going to schedule the review of the charter first.
right. Yes, I believe that the most important thing is that we understand what our jurisdiction is, and I'm sure Lori wants to know that too. What is CORE's position on the jurisdiction? Where is it that we have shared jurisdiction? And then we will have to probably enact a rule, if we have shared jurisdiction, as to how we exercise the shared jurisdiction. So with all of that,
Question, Chair. So, sorry to reiterate all this stuff, but are we commenting on these proposed rules, or are we just putting in from the original scratch draft that was given to us, or copy that's in place prior to these comments coming out?
Natalie, I'm sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
If I may. My plan would be essentially to take all the comments that we have received over the last year and a half or 2 years or so, have one document that has the original rules, and then each of the comments that we've received, each of the proposed edits, sort of next to that. And so the board can review each of the proposals to the extent there's more than one, and do each rule in turn.
So
we have your comments, Natalie. So, I mean, you're welcome to send more, but I do have the comments that you had sent previously.
Right, so we should make comments on the comments that are in this binder right now, if I'm understanding you correctly.
You're welcome to. I mean, we have your comments that you had sent in already on the rules. If you have additional responses to things that other people have said, you're welcome to send those in as well.
Yeah, so I only sent in one change, but I will be commenting on these proposed changes then.
Is that the most efficient way to handle it,
I'm
Chair?
not sure. I would have an issue with that too. And why don't you
Well, I
state-
just think that if you've got two or more people commenting on the same rule change, then that's the conversation we should be having in front of the public. We shouldn't be doing it on paper.
Except, and I just wanted to be sure that I was hearing Natalie correctly. Natalie, what you're saying is taking whatever changes you may find in here and commenting on the changes. I don't think that that should be done on, in terms of the draft. I think what you propose in terms of rule changes should be in the draft. If you take issue with whatever anybody else says,
That'll be
that should be done
discussion.
in public, what we call it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, because it'll be a mess.
It would, yeah, be
It'll
difficult.
be a mess, so. Anything else, members? It is 4:20.
It's not a record, is it?
No, when I was first on the board,
I
it
thought
was not a record.
I heard there were some marathons.
Yeah, but we had only one meeting. We didn't have committee meetings broken off.
I kind of like your suggestion that I think you were making, that the committees do seem to be a little redundant with the board. And I think we should revisit that, whether the old way was just more efficient. I don't want to lose anything, but it seems that the committee meeting is becoming a formality that
I take exception to that.
that's why we're having it in public here.
That discussion will have to wait for another day, because that is definitely not
That is
agenda.
not
Yeah.
agenda.
Chair.
Except that it would be part of the rules.
Yes, but rule 8's not
Section
7.
8.
Yep.
Yes, Kika.
Sorry, Chair. It's, so just so that I understand procedurally, and if I'm jumping ahead, please tell me. If for example, we're going through the rules, the changes, the proposed changes, and I see a rule change that I don't particularly agree with, are we going to take action on that particular rule change?
Yes.
And vote up or down on whether we accept it or reject it?
I would like to think that we would be doing that.
Okay, thank you.
You know, unless it gets so unruly that people don't want to do that. I think it's best for us to take each one of those and hear each other
Vote up or down?
and vote it up or down.
Okay.
The only technical issue that we may have is sometimes you tweak something here and then it affects something here, and then we may have to, I don't know, at that point we may reconsider something. But even in light of that, just everyone be prepared for that. I think that it's best that we do it in public, rule by rule.
Okay.
Line by line,
Perfect.
okay?
Just like the state budget.
Who said that? Was that you? Yeah. Yeah, well, that's, you know, when that they do the last one, where they
Pass like that. you know.
right, when they do the.
They get about 10 seconds on each item.
Oh, I mean, some of those languages, it's the same.
Okay, yes. I think it's the,
I have a question on that, Madam Chair.
right.
If
Okay,
one-
wait a minute, okay, we're okay with the proposed amendments, Article 11, okay? We're gonna move on. So we're gonna move to Article 12 of the, agenda item 12. Summary of board member requests made at today's meeting. Do we have anything? Yes, go ahead.
Well, if something isn't on the agenda and one wishes to have it go on the future agenda, this would be the time to make that request, right? Because there didn't seem to be any other item on this agenda that would allow you to request something on the future agenda, right?
Actually, this was referring to, for example, if you ask Lori for additional information.
Oh, sure, all those too.
Right.
But let's say, hypothetically speaking, I'm.
You want to put something on the agenda for a meeting?
For a few.
Wouldn't you normally just contact the chair to do that?
So I don't do that now?
We can,
You
if you
can.
have some.
You
Yeah.
can.
I wanted to follow up about attending conferences. There's a bunch of these APTA conferences, for example, that the enrollment's already open. And typically it costs more the closer to the time the conference occurs. So basically, we're already at the point for some of them where it would be more expensive than otherwise would. So I inquired as to what the procedure would be, and the answer was this would have to go on a future agenda to discuss attending any conferences this year. Since this year is underway, this might be something we should normally consider doing in December, but we don't have that option this year. So maybe next time we should talk about it. And for example, there is a conference I would like to go to, if we can afford it.
Well, it's too bad that Robert isn't here, but that was one of the controversies, if you remember, that because we put it in the agenda. We put it in the budget that board members could attend conferences. And she's transportation chair again, but I didn't think she took issue with that. But yeah, so we had it, and we had it budgeted. So the fact that it was budgeted is like a de facto, we voted on it, was a de facto assumption that, yes, the board member can go. I'm not sure that we had it set up as to how. Did we have it set up as to how you were here? Dan was here. But there is a process, and
Okay, that's all I need. What's the process?
Right, but it was really a matter of what you were interested in. You let the executive officer know, and then, like I said, my recollection is we had, and I still think in the budget line item, we have it for the conference, because the last time I had hoped that people would go to APTA, and I was going around soliciting, Anthony, would you like to go?
You keep trying to send me to Peoria or wherever it is. I would love to go to one of those conferences.
Would you like to go? And I would, and I'd ask, usually Roger would go already, but
I go on the city's time though.
Right.
So as far as you're aware, we don't need to put it on an agenda. I just sent a request to.
That's my recollection.
Okay, so that's my fault, Chair. He came to me during the break and I said, there's only so much in the budget.
Right.
So I gave the responsibility to you that it should be on the agenda so that all you guys, because, what if Anthony wants to go, Kiko wants to go, there's only 2 trips, and then you guys should decide who goes and which conference. So
Yeah, it might
my
be-
mistake, but we'll execute. Once you guys give me the order, who's going to where, we'll execute, but
what would be very useful is if somebody from your team or Roger's team could put together a list
Well, I was going to
saying the ones
same.
that are the most important to attend.
Well, the ones that are the most important to attend, I would think, would be number one, there's a legislative conference. I think that would be of interest to board members. There is a board member conference. That would be by APTA. These are APTA. There's Railvolution, of course, or Impact. Impact is in Portland this year.
That might be interesting, JC.
Yeah, and
JC
usually
stuff,
at Railvolution, a number of Hawaii people go to it. Move Oahu Forward usually has 3 or 4 people to go. Now, when they go, Move Oahu Forward is a business-oriented, development-oriented group. They usually, I don't know exactly how they fund it, but I'm suspecting they just all go on their own.
Well, their focus is now TOD, so they might,
I
they
mean,
might
that's
not.
what Rail Evolution is, it's TOD. But the other one is, there's an annual meeting at APTA. There's many APTA meetings, there's probably once a month. But the three that I would think would be of most interest from the APTA would be Legislative Conference, which is gonna be in May, I intend to attend. The annual conference, which will be in September, October in Boston, and the Rail Conference, which would be in San Francisco in June.
That's the one I want.
And
I'm sorry that we're off agenda, so we can put it on the agenda, but today's not that day.
This is his board member request.
Correct.
Okay.
So why don't we put it on the agenda for next time? And in the
Right.
meantime, Roger, if somebody from your team or Laurie's could say these are there can't be maybe half a dozen conferences that you think are really worth attending. They're not.
And the thing that, when in my discussions with Robert, is that we may also have to agendize an amendment to the budget. Because it wasn't a matter, we picked a number,
Right.
but it wasn't really tied to anything in particular. We just picked a number for placeholder, and as you know, the budget is within the board, so. Yes, so let's do that.
Maybe for that reason, maybe it'd be useful when we get the list to see what the fee is to attend.
Right.
Some of them are quite high.
And without getting too far off there is the internet, and you can go to APTA, and you hit events, and they'll show you everything on there with a good capsule of what's included in it.
Well, I would like to think that we'd get some kind of discount.
You don't get a discount they just raise the rates every year.
I mean, we don't get anything per if we tag on to the city and county of Honolulu.
I think you could tag on to the city and county.
You don't even get a discount.
You
City county
you don't pay the
doesn't.
non-member rate though, do you?
No, I don't think you would either.
No, I don't, and that's, so you get the member rate.
Right.
Which is, $500 less than the non-member rate, but
Yeah, I believe that people should attend. And I was disappointed when I couldn't convince Anthony to go, but, no, I'm just kidding, Anthony.
I'll
It was
send,
agendized a little too late for me.
No, you were already on a trip,
I think so, yeah.
and we're trying to get you to stop
Yeah.
on your way home. Okay, so anything else? Cindy, do you have a list of board member requests?
Okay, Robert had made a request for another revised letter transmitting the 6-year capital plan based on the revised financial plan. Kika had requested that Reso 2018-14 and 2914 be disseminated to the board members. This is in connection to the proposed rule changes. I'm going to compile the remaining comments into the rules and send it out. I'm gonna hide the formatting changes and include comments from members who have opted to not provide any edits to the rules. And then lastly, Roger, do you have a list of those conferences, or should I compile one?
I just have the internet, right? I mean,
No, I kind of have one in my head.
Yeah,
Like I'm aware
and you know that as much as I do about them, so you could easily compile them easier than I could. So I appreciate your offer.
Okay, thank you. That's what I have.
Okay. Any other additions, corrections by members? If not, members, thank you very much for your patience. This brings us to adjournment. Hearing no objections, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
You know.
See ya, everybody.